Now opening the March 12th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. We will start with public comment on closed session agenda items. The closed session agenda items are conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, student expulsions, and public employee performance evaluation. Are there any blue cards?
There are no blue cards or public comment on the closed session.
All right, the board will now recess to close session. Now reopening the March 12th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement. And we have Felicity Santo Domingo for our land acknowledgement.
Hello. I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Felicity. All right, report of actions taken in closed session. I have a few here. The board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-57 to notify one certificated administrator that they may be released and possibly reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year. The board also voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-65 to notify one certificated administrator that they may be possibly released and reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year. The board unanimously approved a settlement for case 2025-120669. That's all for, all right. And then items considered in closed session for action in open session, seeking a motion on our student expulsion case.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Adjustments to the agenda. We will be removing one contract, the Mother Duck contract, from agenda item G4. Did I say the number? Yeah. Which brings the total contract amount to $27,525. Are there any other adjustments?
Could I request that we move F4 and F5 prior to current F3? Just change the order.
I would prefer to keep F3 where it is. I think the second interim is important context for the rest of the items on our agenda.
And could I move to adjust items F4 and F5 in advance of F3? And if there's no second, then we'll just move on as is.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
All right, any other adjustments? All right, then we will move on to our special presentations for Student of the Month and Certificated and Classified Employees of the Month. Tonight we have Helen Lehman Elementary School and Ridgeway High School.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Christina Senna, and I'm the proud principal of Helen Lehman Elementary School. It is my great honor to present sixth grader Ruth Mesvin as the Helen Lehman Elementary Student of the Month. Ruth is an exceptional student, both academically and in her behavior. She is a leader and exemplifies our school rules every single day. She has been a dedicated Safe School Ambassador for the past 2 years, is a committed helper in our lunch support program, and a valuable member of the girls basketball team, which she's actually missing her game to be here tonight. Ruth's teachers had the following to say about her. Ruth is a student who shows up for herself and others in all areas of life. She is motivated and hardworking, turning in high-quality work that is well thought out and executed. She can be seen always showing respect to others as she works in groups, participates in our school girls basketball team, and assists in the cafeteria during her lunchtime. She supports others during class, lending a helping hand to those who need it, and is encouraging to others in class and on the court. Ruth is a type of student who shows how promising this next generation is through her compassion to others, her wide range of skills and abilities, and her dedication to her learning. Ruth leads by example, engages in her learning, and is a role model to her peers. Congratulations, Ruth, and thank you for being such a positive representative of the Helen Lehman student body. So tonight, we are honoring Jennifer Toscano as our Classified Employee of the Month. Jenny is one of our beloved instructional assistants at Helen Lehman. She has become an integral part of our instructional support team, leading Walk to Read groups, ELD groups, and our newcomer club, which has affectionately been renamed by our students as El Club de Miss Jenny. Jenny's colleagues have the following to say about her. Jenny goes the extra mile for students and is a team player on our campus. She helps us progress monitor students' literacy goals, pulls academic data to reflect on, supports students who need extra academic or social emotional support, and helps our newest arrival students feel like they belong at Helen Lehman by building strong relationships with them. Jenny is currently doing what should be the job of about 5 people. She is everyone's favorite Walk to Read group, everyone's favorite ELD group. She gives up her break to let students hang out with her at recess and lunchtime or meet with them outside to play volleyball or soccer. Jenny is welcoming to our newcomers and helps them feel very quickly create a sense of community and belonging at our school. She has always helped with assessments and logistics for Walk to Read, but this year she's also doing the majority of the data tracking and prep work for teachers due to having lost our TOSAs. Jenny is dearly loved by our entire community at Helen Lehman. Our students adore her, and our staff overwhelmingly voted to recognize Jenny's efforts at Lehman by nominating her as Classified Employee of the Month. Felicidades, Jenny. Congratulations. It is my other great privilege to recognize Emily Friedman as our Certificated Employee of the Month. Emily is our beloved school counselor who gives endlessly of her time to support the myriad of student needs at our site. She leads our monthly life skills focus during our student assemblies. She brings toolbox and Komochi lessons to life in the classroom, leads student support groups, and oversees our Tier 2 team. Emily has built incredible organization around our Tier 2 support, developing systems to monitor student progress and championing the whole child approach to intervention. Personally, Emily has been an incredible support to me. She's a strong collaborator and brings insight to our student-focused meetings. I am incredibly thankful for her support, her willingness to be part of my think tank, and her wise counsel. Emily's colleagues had the following to say about her. I am frequently consulting Emily for ways to support some of my students. She willingly comes into my classroom and sits with a student who may have started the day on the wrong foot. Emily has built long-lasting relationships with our students. They trust her deeply. Her investment in their lives is noticeable in the way they love her and seek out her guidance and support when they need it. Emily is so wise. I feel like I can bounce ideas off of her. She'll listen and provide a thoughtful and thorough response. Emily is student-centered. She looks for creative solutions for meeting student needs when limited resources are available. We are incredibly blessed to have Emily as our school counselor. She's an excellent counselor, advocate, team player, and collaborator. Congratulations, Emily. You deserve this honor and recognition.
Congratulations to all our awardees from Helen Lehman. Next, we have Principal Garibaldi from Ridgeway High School.
Hello, I'm Principal Garibaldi for Ridgeway High School, and I'm accompanied with my assistant principal, Mark McLean.
Hi, it is. Got it. It is my great honor to present 11th grader Andy Tapia Davalos as the Ridgeway High School Student of the Month. Andy consistently maintains an impressive GPA of 4.0, demonstrating his dedication to his education and personal growth. His hard work and perseverance set a great example for his peers, and he continues to challenge himself to excel in his studies. Here are a few things Andy's teachers had to say about him. Andy is the most academically consistent student I've had at Ridgeway. In addition, he is the only student who has ever ended the quarter with a 100% in my class. He is self-motivated and routinely produces quality work. Academically, at least in my class, he is without peers. Andy is very respectful to his peers and teachers. He helps other classmates with the work if they don't understand something. Andy also has great self-discipline. Without being told, he always starts his work right away and is working the entire class period. We are honored to have Andy as part of the Ridgeway High School family, and we celebrate his hard work, generosity, and outstanding character. Congratulations, Andy, on this well-deserved recognition.
Ridgeway Continuation High School is proud to recognize our Julie Petrich as our certificated Employee of the Month. Julie's impact on our school goes far beyond the classroom. She is the heart and soul of Ridgeway's school spirit, engagement, staff, and more. Julie has been instrumental in bringing joy and connection to our campus, from organizing grad nights, house competitions, senior sunrise, and TGIF gatherings for staff, to leading the Student Leadership Senate group and helping students take an active role in school spirit. Julie consistently finds ways to make Ridgeway fun, welcoming, and a vibrant place for both students and staff. One colleague shared this: Julie is the reason I chose to work at Ridgeway. Her warmth and kindness during the hiring process made a lasting impression, and the same energy continues to shape our school culture every day. Whether she's working with new staff, lifting up morale, or creating exciting opportunities for students, Julie embodies the spirit of Ridgeway. Another colleague described her perfectly. She is a ray of sunshine. She automatically makes you feel better with her presence. Julie, your dedication, enthusiasm is unwavering commitment to making Ridgeway a better place, and you're deeply appreciated. Congratulations on this well-deserved award. Julie. Certificate. Okay, I'm gonna go over. Okay, our classified employee of the month was unable to attend, but we are giving this award to Mariella Toscano. Sorry for my glasses. Ridgeway Continuation High School is proud to recognize Mariella Toscano as our classified employee of the month, as our dedicated attendance clerk. Mariella is a vital part of our school community, ensuring that our students and staff are always met with efficiency and professionalism. Mariella is highly organized and efficient. She's always quick to help and jump in to answer any questions or concerns or requests for for information regarding students and/or attendance data. She often has vital information and shares it with sensitivity, confidentiality in mind. Mariella is a pleasure to work with. Her inspirational skills are highly developed, and she provides valuable insights.
Mariella's self-motivation and strong work ethic are truly contagious. She is always present, always on time, and always working hard to support both students and staff. Her ability to communicate clearly with students helps foster a welcoming atmosphere from the moment they step on campus. Beyond her exceptional organizational skills, making sure teachers are informed about student absences, Mariella also creates an inviting space in the front office where it's through her thoughtful holiday decorations, her friendly greetings, or the small but meaningful interactions she shares with colleagues, her presence makes a difference. One colleague put it best: if everyone at Ridgeway worked as diligently as she does, we would be thriving that much more. Mariella is not just an outstanding coworker, but she is appreciated by all. Tonight, we are honoring Mariella Toscano as our classified employee of the month. Thank you, Mariella. Hope you're listening, for your dedication and the positive energy you bring to Ridgeway. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and congratulations again to all our awardees. Next, we have our school site parent organization updates for Helen Lehman. We have ELAC President Jennifer Amaro and PFO President Jenna Glenn.
Oops, sorry. Hello, my name is Jenna Glenn, and I am Helen Lehman's PFO president. I have two sons that attend Helen Lehman, Liam, who's in 6th grade, and Logan, who's in 4th grade. I've been a part of the school since 2017 when Liam started TK. This is my second year being a PFO in the PFO. In the beginning of this school year, in the beginning of the school year, our 2023 and 24 president, vice president, and co-secretaries all decided to run again and were nominated and voted in. Our previous treasurer had left the school before the school year ended, so we had to find a new treasurer. Our current officers are Nellie Elias as vice president, Melinda Siner as treasurer, Irani Garindo, and Mariana Diaz as our co-secretaries, and myself. There is no way the PFO would be what it is without them. This year, we held our annual Posada event at Christmas time, where we had an amazing turnout considering rainy and frigid temperatures. We were able to have a food truck and churro truck on site for our Posada, who gave us a percentage of their sales. In addition to the trucks, parents volunteered their time to make other traditional foods for us to sell. We were very grateful to have local stores and restaurants donate food, money, and gift cards to make this wonderful event the success it was. Everyone loves chocolate, so we were able to do our annual Seas Candy fundraiser during Christmas. We rewarded our top 3 sellers with Target gift cards. We just completed our second coin drive for the school, where classes competed against each other to bring in the most coins for a chance to win a pizza and ice cream party. One of our 6th grade classes lost to one of our 2nd grade classes by 31 cents. They both got an ice cream party. We are so grateful for Exchange Bank counting all of the coins, so we were able to get 100% of the funds raised. We have held a Dine and Donate at Panda Express, which had a great turnout. And we have 2 more Dine and Donates coming up in the remainder of the school year. With the funds that we have been raising, we were so excited to be able to pay for ballet folklorico dance lessons for our interested male and female students from grades 1st through 6th. Our first through 3rd graders had weekly lessons from September until December with their recital at our Posada. Our 4th through 6th graders started their lessons in January, and will have their recital at our open house in May. We also have been able to help our girls basketball team get new jerseys. The support that our principal, Mrs. Senna, our family engagement facilitator, Daniela, our student engagement activity worker, Pilar, the teachers and staff have provided the PFO support is so appreciated, more than they know. With having a year under our belt as the PFO officers, it has made this second year a little easier. We still struggle with getting parents involved with meetings and planning events, but they definitely show up to our events and help fundraise. We're so grateful for our families who help contribute financially to our fundraisers, considering how expensive life is nowadays. Most parents hear about PFO either from other parents that are involved and by Mrs. Senna's weekly Friday flyer that she sends out via Parent Square. We are happy to announce that our 2023-24 school year PFO officers voted to give $100 to each of our teachers for supplies that they may need, which will be starting in April. We're always open to feedback from the parents and the students of what they would like their hard-earned fundraising money to go to. In conclusion, continuing as the Helen Lehman PFO president for the second year has been challenging yet rewarding, as I get to be a part of my children's school's extracurricular activities and helping their friends and peers and meeting wonderful parents along the way. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak to you and all the attendees of tonight's meeting to hear about how wonderful our school, Helen Lehman, is.
Jennifer Amaro, our ELAC president, could not be here tonight, but I'm going to read her brief report on her behalf. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Amaro, and I'm the president of ELAC at Helen Lehman. This year, we have grown our parent participation. We had a parent meeting we had a parenting class in the fall to support our families on the topic of bullying. In December, we had a parenting class to teach about how to support our children with the LPAC exam. We did a lot of work this year around applying for the Community Schools Grant, which we hope to receive for next school year. At our last ELAC meeting, we invited the parents from Biella who will be moving to Lehman. We had 2 parents and the principal from Biella who attended, and our community was very happy to welcome them with open arms. I am very happy to be serving our school community. That's from Jennifer Amaro. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the reports section of our agenda, starting with our California School Employee Association report. President Mary Lehman.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening, President McNally, Governing Board, Superintendent Dr. Morales, Student Board Member, Cabinet members, and everyone joining us on Zoom, and every one of you that are here tonight. We are all part of this community because we care about our schools and the well-being of everyone involved. CSEA wants to congratulate our students and teachers of the month at Helen Lehman and Ridgeway High School, and give a special thank you to our classified employees, Jennifer from Helen Lehman and Mariella from Ridgeway, whose hard work and dedication throughout the year is being honored tonight. I represent some 650 classified employees who work tirelessly every day. This week, layoffs and involuntary transfer notices are being distributed and mailed to classified and certificated employees. Remember that behind every notice is a person with feelings, a parent, a friend, someone who is an important part of our community. The uncertainty and pain that come with these notices for right-sizing the district are deeply personal, and we must support each other throughout this process. We look forward to the report item number 7 regarding the school consolidation and transition update. We support the following action items. Action item 1, the resolution recognizing March as the Arts Education Month. And F2, the resolution recognizing March as Women's History Month. While celebrating with women's accomplishments throughout history, it serves as a reminder of the ongoing fight for gender and pay equality. Action item 3, Lisa August will present the 24-25 second interim report with 4 scenarios using district funds in an effort to avoid a negative third interim report. We continue to face serious financial challenges. We need to make some hard decisions to protect our schools. We approve of discussion action item 6 to appoint an ad hoc committee to receive updates regarding leadership support services provided by SCO. Hopefully they can help us rebuilding trust in our district. This guidance will be crucial as we work to create a more unified Santa Rosa City Schools community. The following action items we also want you to support are the classified employee calendar approval, 25-26, and the tie-breaking criteria. CSEA believes in the strength of this community. We know that by coming together, sharing our concerns, and supporting one another, we can get through school closures and consolidation. We have to take care of each other with honesty, compassion, and courage to face these challenges ahead. Together with the support of SCO and our community, we can make it through these difficult times. We must work toward a future where every student, staff, and family feels heard, valued, and supported. Let's work toward building back this trust. Let's do it with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next, we have the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, members of the board, and the community. I'm Catherine Howell. I'm representing about 900 teachers and educators in the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. First, I want to say congratulations to everybody that was honored tonight from Helen Lehman Elementary and Ridgeway High School. It's nice to have something to celebrate in the midst of all of this confusion and change. Thank you for the resolutions coming up, celebrating Arts and Education Month and Women's History Month. It is a little difficult to celebrate arts and education while also looking at 12 layoff notices going out to VAPA teachers this week. Thank you to our board for agreeing to work with SCO. Thank you to Dr. Carter at the Sonoma County Office of Education for providing support and lending the expertise to SRCS that we will need as we go through this transition. The transition is complicated. It's filled with anxiety. It's filled with unanswered questions. And there's an unclear implementation through line. We've got all these teams. The empowerment teams have formed. They're meeting. They will meet. They have met. The negotiation team has met twice. Things are going pretty well, slowly, but pretty well. The 7-page transition document that's coming up on item 7 shows a lot of decisions that need to be made and more teams. So we've got the Empower team. We have the implementation team that's been renamed the transition team, as far as I can tell. The design team, the ad hoc advisory committee, the instructional leadership team, which I honestly don't know what that is, and all these teams working, making hundreds of decisions, thousands of decisions. But what we don't really know is how these committees are going to communicate what they're doing and how they're going to coordinate with each other. I just checked my email 10 minutes ago. I got an update on Parent Square about transition that said decisions have been made about the athletics at middle schools. I know what those decisions are, but does anybody else, right? It says decisions were made. It didn't say what the decisions were. So this is something that we really need to worry about, is not just the decisions are getting made, but those decisions are being communicated out on a regular basis. We don't know who solves conflicts that come up, right? I heard a description of the event of Monday. Santa Rosa Middle and Santa Rosa High School met. I think they had a really good meeting. They came up with some decisions. At the end of it, it was like, oh, so we made a decision. Did we make a decision? Do we have to check this decision with somebody? Who do we check it with, right? And no one was really able to answer that question. I think their decision is a good one, and I think it's their decision, right? But it's also was still really unclear. What is the hierarchy of decision making? What happens when conflict arises and we don't know who's actually the decider, right? This doesn't seem to be like a question that should be impossible, but it has seemed impossible to answer, and the chaos continues. There's a lot going on all at the same time. We know that. We know that our families are getting an endless stream of emails as things change, and there seems to be constant change, but there also seems to be chaos. In addition to the layoffs that President Lehman mentioned, we have about 100 certificated educators getting layoff notices this week. Almost 25% of them are counselors. These counselors do the things that were celebrated in the counselor from Lehman, all of those things and more. In fact, the transition plan says that these counselors are actually going to be expanding mental health and counseling services at high schools and designing academic transition supports with 25% fewer of them. The second interim budget is being presented tonight with 4 different scenarios, something so unheard of that I was asked if it was even legal. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that, but it is something I've never seen before. If scenario X happens, then this happens. If this scenario, then Y happens. The budget savings based on staffing ratios that haven't been publicly presented, and in terms of SRTA, have not even been negotiated. Again, more chaos. 2 agenda items that serve only to revisit something that everyone thought was settled, to reopen conversations that we thought were over, and decisions that may impact the budget once again. Chaos that we don't need right now. The educators in SRTA are strong. We know how to get it done. We know how to make it work. We've, been told multiple times how to build an airplane while flying it. But we're exhausted. We're dedicated. But we see this chaos in front of us, and we worry about our students. And we see the numbers of teams and committees and the lack of communication between them and among them about what has been decided or hasn't been decided. and we worry about our students. We didn't ask for this, we didn't cause this, and yet here we are. Please help us calm this chaos. Please create an understandable process for decision-making that is clearly and consistently communicated, not just that decisions have been made, but what they actually are. Help us calm this chaos by making budget decisions that aren't questioned or changed constantly. We are worried about our students, we are worried about their families, and we are worried about the future of Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Dr. Morales, you have a superintendent report?
Mine is just real brief because we spent our time putting the transition plan together, so we'll talk more during that time, and also working with SCO on their additional support, and as well as the strategic plan overview for our review and decision on when that timeline would start. And so that's been the focus of our work in the last 2.5 weeks. So I'll leave it at that because we'll have more to say during those items.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Now for my board president report. If you were at our last meeting, you got to see me throw at my back trying to plug in my charger. I'm still embarrassed, but my back is mostly better. I'm glad to be back here today. Since then, I was able to attend the first meeting of the board's subcommittee on finance. And I'm really excited about how that committee, I feel, is going to bring more fiscal transparency and just allow us to look further ahead with our budget planning. And then I also met with the executive board, Dr. Morales, and the leadership team from SCO, but I believe we'll talk about that more in one of our action items. So I'll leave that for later. Other board members' reports? I'll go to, let's do Manieri, De La Torre, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, President McNally. I just wanted to give a couple of thanks. Last week, I had the opportunity to talk to Santa Rosa Middle School parents, all of whom were Spanish-speaking parents, about the recent decisions and changes that the board voted on. I was also able to talk to them about kind of the history of what we're experiencing here in Santa Rosa City Schools and our financial situation. And I made sure they have my phone number and my email in case they want to reach out and have more questions. So I just really want to thank Assistant Principal LaPrath, Ms. Martinez, and Ms. Bree for the invitation to talk to their parents there at Santa Rosa Middle School. Yesterday, I also attended the LC Allen High School Town Hall. I really appreciate and want to thank those who showed up to voice your concerns, your frustrations, your questions. Your voices are really, really important, and they do matter. So to all the parents, all the students, all the staff who are there, thank you for showing up, and to the district for providing that opportunity. And along with President McNally and Clerk De La Torre was also part of the SCO conversation that we're going to have later today. So thank you.
Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you very much. I just want to start by thanking Helen Lehman for having me beginning of the month. And this is my first time to participate as a guest reader with Read Across America. And I had the opportunity to read with 4 classrooms, Duranzik, Ramsey, Lee, and Bracco. I was with kindergartners, 3rd graders, 5th graders, and 1st graders. I brought them Dragons Love Tacos and Dragons Love Tacos 2, and just love seeing their faces light up and having conversations about the stories and what they're reading and how their reading progress is progressing, and whether, and sharing personal experiences and stories with my family, and why to have confidence in reading. And it's okay if you're not a confident reader right away, and to keep working at it. And all good things come in time. Just really great experience. Love being on the campus. Loved having that opportunity. So thank you, Helen Lehman. It's very much appreciated. Really important other visits I made this week was to be at Slater, Santa Rosa Middle School, Brook Hill, Biella, Santa Rosa High School, Montgomery, Maria Carrillo High School, Hidden Valley, Steel Lane, Piner, and LC Allen. We are going through so much transition and changes, and we have had the heartbreaking decisions to be made to close some of these campuses that have been with us for decades. And now is not the time to not continue community engagement and keep your feet on the ground and show these staff and teachers how much they are adored and appreciated and acknowledged for all the hard work that they are continuing to do, even though their site will not be there next year. So I really want to extend my great gratitude to the staff and teachers on those sites and really staying steadfast and strong and having an emotional capacity to continue to connect with our students and provide the best opportunities for their students forward. I would love to make sure, which I believe it's already happening, but to make sure that our district is supporting any opportunities for those campuses to say goodbye in a proper capacity, to give those students and staff and family the proper send-off to respectfully for any of those campuses that are closing. Perhaps we sponsor a time capsule or something else for those communities to be involved in on those sites. But I think it's really important that we honor and respect the sites that we are closing. Teachers, staff, administrators, please reach out with teacher meeting dates or other opportunities that board members may be able to be on campuses and share some face time with those communities. We are not hiding from any of this responsibility. These were very gut-wrenching, hard, painful decisions had to be made, but we support you, we care about you, and we're still in this. I also had the opportunity to be at Pioneer High School last night for the collaborative presentation from SRCS and SRPD that was at Pioneer last night, and it'll be at the other 4 high school campuses Thursday at Montgomery, and then we've got 3 other campuses after spring break. And it was an opportunity for engagement and education on the violence that we were experiencing on our campuses, and not just on our campuses, but in our community. What the police force is seeing, how we are working with our community partners, the Violence Prevention Partnership, face-to-face, the drug use, the ODs, some really real painful things that are unfortunately right here in our community that we're experiencing now. And these presentations were a collaborative effort to educate and inform our families and our students on what resources and opportunities are available, what to keep your eyes open for, what to stay away from, how to continue to engage and have these tough conversations with your children, and the value of the Stop It app to call attention to these situations so they can be properly addressed and we can avoid losing lives and we can protect lives. So I really appreciate those opportunities and those presentations and look forward to more of those coming. And again, as President McNally and Vice President Maneri said, thank you, SCO, for the opportunity to have a meeting last week, and look forward to hearing more about what that'll look like tonight and how we continue to partner with very important collaborators in our community to do this right and to do it well and to move forward.
Jenkins and then Caston.
All right, so lots going on these last 2 weeks. Monday the 3rd was Montgomery's monthly parent meeting. I went as a parent. However, I was very pleasantly surprised at the inclusion of feeder schools and feeder districts at that meeting. So typically what happens at these meetings is it's a monthly meeting for parent organizations, happens on the first Monday of the month. They have athletic boosters, MEF, the Montgomery Education Foundation, Project Grad, and alumni are there. It was just great to see how welcoming the community was and the additional parents in the room from other schools. And Principal Santos did an incredible job welcoming everyone in. Thursday, I attended the Montgomery Band Spring Showcase and Fundraiser under Mr. Perez's leadership and supported by band boosters as well as the ceramics classes. Amazing talent there. Saturday morning was the board member boot camp put on by SCO for trustees all over Sonoma County. While our district is going through major transitions and restructuring, it was reassuring to hear how broad and far-reaching budget and enrollment issues really are. It is one thing to hear this information from Lisa August and Dr. Morales. However, hearing the same info presented to all of our districts in the county sits differently. It was interesting to hear the impact on different size districts as well. I'm hopeful that in the future, we'll be able to move in the future, we'll be able to work together to consolidate some districts, re-elect trustees, and cut overhead while providing effective educational experiences for all of our extended communities in the county. Another takeaway from this meeting was the importance of supporting site administrators, and I'm hoping this can be prioritized as we move forward. Later on Sunday, I'm not to Sunday yet, Saturday still. Later on Saturday, I attended SRFAC's Carnival fundraiser and gala, and holy cow, you guys, they know how to throw a party. Between the glitter, the glam, and their auction, online, silent, and in person, it was really something else. One of my favorite parts of the night was the dessert auction. This is key for people. I had no idea this was a thing. It was so cool. And what they did is they had these really fancy desserts and they did a live auction, auctioned them off, and people bid on them for their tables. And one of these desserts went for $1,300. Isn't that amazing? I was so impressed. Nice work. This week, so the 3x3 meets tomorrow regarding SROs. The need for SROs on secondary campuses could not be clearer. It was agreed upon over a year ago to start a pilot, and here we are without one in place. And weapons and violence incidents continuing to put students at high risk for continued trauma, whether that be directly or vicariously. Site admin needs the support, and our students need to be able to learn in a safe environment. This Friday is Pie Day, another one of my favorites. Time to celebrate numbers, eat pie, and participate in your site's festivities. Additionally, it's track season in secondary right now. For anyone looking to be inspired by the determination of our youth, I encourage you to go to a track meet, specifically in middle school, and stand at the finish line. This has been one of my most cherished experiences as a parent, and once you witness it, you may agree. Finally, it's almost spring break. Please be safe and read a book or two. A favorite recent read of mine is Malcolm Gladwell's Revenge of the Tipping Point. Thanks.
Trustee Caston?
Thank you. Also a busy 2 weeks for me. First, I want to comment to all the staff that are getting notices, and my household dealt with this for many years in a row. My wife received notice every year as a special education teacher's assistant. I understand the pain. I know the uncertainty. I know what it's like to not get called back in May and to have to wait to June. And it's my strong hope that the decisions that we make now make it so that we do not have to continue on in this pattern in future years. But I sympathize and I understand, and I really, really want to make sure that we do not return to this practice again next year at this scale. I also want to acknowledge the teachers and staff who are being disrupted by the changes. I know there's teachers who have been asked after many decades to depart their classrooms and to move to new classrooms and to accommodate the changes that we approved. And, that transition is also very difficult. And I want to appreciate what I've heard has been a very collaborative environment, but also echo Catherine Howell's comments about making sure that we're clear about the decision-making and that we're not having to revisit those decisions as well. We need to make sure that this ends with some level of certainty. As for my activities, I started the last week off at the parent meeting at CCLA, which I want to greatly express my appreciation to Juan with the Violence Prevention Partnership who attended, as well as folks from Verity, Gustav and Eric from our team to support the parents there. It was one of the longer coffee chats that we've had for obvious reasons. And I think everyone that was there and supporting that community, I thank you all for that. We had on the same day, we had the first finance committee meeting. Very specifically, we went into depth on SELPA, which is the special education local plan area, and that's where we get our revenues for special education. And we received an update on the multi-year forecasts. That meeting is online. I understand we had some audio issues. Those will be improved for next meeting, but you can go and receive that update and that information. I I also had the opportunity to join Superintendent Morales, Superintendent Carter, and Principal Anderson with greeting State Superintendent Tony Thurman. In addition to him giving probably one of the more entertaining elementary school rallies at a school that I've been at, he also spent time touring and talking with us about resources that the state may be able to give us for the transition to 712, and among other elements of that. And I appreciated him coming and being available for that conversation. I participated in Read Across American at Lehman as well. We had a lot of fun in 6th grade class reading When I Grow Up by Weird Al Yankovic. I hope to have more opportunities like that. It was a necessary experience to recharge my soul as much as I think it was entertaining for the kids when I told them that I actually have a client that traps gophers, which no one had thought of as a career either. So I appreciate Dr. Carter making herself available separately from the other board members to help fill me in on some of the supports. And I appreciated the time in order to prepare for today's meeting. And lastly, I am in the middle of a 2-day course with the California School Board Association on finance and governance as part of their master's in governance. Conveniently today, we covered a lot of the material that we've actually dealt with over the last 2 months. Sorry, it feels like 2 years, 2 months. We were going through the second interim report as I was reading our agenda item, again, because of the additional information from that. So busy 2 weeks. I just want to put out there, I have multiple parent meetings lined up, and I've had teachers reach out to meet with me either individually or in small groups. Please use my email. I'm available. I will be happy to come and meet with folks that have concerns and continue reaching out. Thank you.
Trustee Kirby and then Trustee Medina.
See, the past 2 weeks, I was able to visit all of the comprehensive high school campuses. I was conducting interviews for the American Legion's Boys and Girls State programs. Just a fantastic group of students that were put up by their teachers and counselors for those positions for the summer program over in Sacramento State. I also went to the Elsie Allen welding event. Just a fantastic program, really highlighted our CTE programs. All the local schools attended, as well as other high school welding programs from the Bay Area. Just it really warmed my heart to see these kids out there. They had timed welding races. They did equipment and tool giveaways and drawings, and some of the students even received welding scholarships from this academy. So again, hats off to our CTE team for helping to make that happen. It was a great event. Lastly, I just wanted to do a quick shout out to the Maria Carrillo girls soccer team who won the NCS Division III championship. So go Pumas.
Trustee Medina, I'm going to have to ask you to wait. It is 7 o'clock. We need to pause this meeting to transition to our special board meeting.
I just wanted to, if we could just have it go on the record that I don't think having this type of meeting in the middle of the meeting is okay, legally speaking. So I just want to make sure that's noted in the minutes. Thank you.
Now opening the March 12th, 2025 special meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, first is public comment on the agenda item only. I have one blue card. You will have 3 minutes. Angel Ortega.
Thank you for having me. My name is Angel Ortega. I'm staff and alumni of Alcyon High School. It has come to my attention that our restorative folk are on the chopping block. Given that members of the board and district have voiced support to make our schools safer, I'm confused as to why we're cutting the people that actually make that happen. I have deep reservations about police in this country, but even then, I still believe an SRO could be a productive member of an intervention team. But how can that happen if there are no intervention teams anymore? In other words, with our restorative folks, VEFs, and other intervention staff, the violence we are seeing on campuses is going to continue and grow, regardless of police presence. I'm aware the harm that has been done cannot be undone. I solely ask the board and district for their support at our sites and to please come up with a contingency plan that doesn't rely on the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Zanz presenting.
Okay, thank you, President McNally, Dr. Morales, members of the board, members of the community, and those listening online. I know this is a very unusual circumstance that we would have a special meeting in the middle of a regular meeting. To explain a little bit about the resolution that I'm going to be bringing forward, we were presented with a notification from CSEA that has forced our hand a little bit in terms of having to negotiate. We have full intention of negotiating the place of the restorative specialists in our system. However, because of the tight timeline, we are having to come forward with a resolution to reduce or eliminate the remaining 8 restorative specialist positions. And so that is the resolution that I'm bringing forward to you today. We do have a plan for going forward, but as I said, because of the March 15th deadline for preliminary notices and our inability to be able to negotiate with CSEA, prior to that time, we are having to bring this resolution forward.
Trustee Manieri?
Thank you, Dr. Zanz. Just quickly, is it possible for you to share a little bit more about the situation that has forced our hand, just so folks are aware? And I just want to clarify, this is state CSEA, not our local CSEA chapter, correct? Yes, okay. So that's that first part, and then if you don't mind just sharing a little bit more about the plan moving forward that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it is state CSEA that presented us after hours on Monday with a cease and desist order for the elimination of the restorative specialist position, stating that the move from a site-based position to a district-based position is, in essence, a new job. And we were not able to, although for the last week and a half, we've been asking to meet with CSEA, state CSEA. I want to be very clear. State CSEA. Our local CSEA is wonderful, and the people that we deal with are wonderful. But for the last week and a half, we've been trying to meet with state CSEA, and they have not agreed to meet. They presented us with a cease and desist at 4:50 in the afternoon on Monday, which was addressed actually only to Dr. Morales, was not addressed to me. So I received it from her on Tuesday morning. So that did not give us any time, although we did attempt to get a meeting, and our local CSEA did reach out several times to state CSEA for that. We were not able to meet yesterday. Our hope was to have that taken care of yesterday and not have to bring this resolution forward.
And the plan moving forward?
So I want to make it clear that there is nothing in this plan asking the board to eliminate the restorative specialists. Like our public comment, we fully agree and believe that the restorative specialists make a difference in our community.
Ahorita nosotros nos gustaría concordar y creer que nosotros
both with our students and with our staff. But in times of fiscal crisis, everybody has to tighten the belt a little bit. And we would like to reorganize the position so that the position is more agile and responsive. In the creation of the student safety advisor position, which was also given restorative practice responsibilities, we are suggesting that an increase in the number of student safety advisors to be available to organize and administer the Tier 1 restorative practices and restorative, kind of the proactive side of restorative, will free up our highly trained restorative specialists to be able to navigate the Tier 2, the Tier 3, and the training aspects. And that having those be able to be more agile will result in improved continuity of service, will improve our ability to identify essential standards and ensure that the schools are receiving those on a more consistent basis. And these are things that the board has been looking for over the last 2 years and asking us to address. So while it will mean fewer restoratives, we feel that this organization, this reorganization of the position, will allow them to be more responsive when we have areas of need. And the Tier 1 side can be lifted by the student safety advisor position.
So is the hope to continue negotiations and then pull these layoff notices back?
Yes, for the 8 positions, that will give us enough to be able to be both supportive and agile.
Trustee Caston and then Trustee De La Torre.
And just to confirm, our local CSEA folks are not the ones who brought this forward. They're working with us in good faith on all of this, and this has no bearing on them.
Correct. Our local CSEA was also attempting to get the meeting before tonight's meeting and is very willing to negotiate this before our May 15th deadline, but hopefully much sooner than that so that people that are affected know the fate of their positions sooner rather than later.
I just want to make that clear, and I appreciate their continued work with us.
I just want to ask to ensure we did our due diligence and check the legalities or conferred with legal to ensure this is what needs to be done to properly negotiate here forward. And we've covered those bases.
This action and the special board meeting is on the advice of our legal counsel.
Thank you.
Manieri? I just want to make sure that we're also, communicating with our restorative staff. I got messages, people freaking out and being really uncertain about what's going on. And so I just ask that our district be as empathetic and real and transparent as possible, because these are folks' lives that, are being affected, as are all with the rifts. And this is just like, unexpected. And so it's kind of different circumstances. So I just ask that communication happen as quickly as possible, as strategic and empathetically as possible. And I just, want to say to folks who have been in this district for decades and for many, many years that, this is nothing anybody wants to do. And it's really unfortunate, and we're all feeling it.
And again, I know I already asked this, but just to be really clear, if negotiations go well, we get the adjustments we need, all 8 positions, all 8 notices will be pulled back. Those people will not lose their jobs.
All 8 positions will be pulled back upon successful negotiation of the change of location for the restoratives.
Thank you. Seeking a motion? Trustee Caston?
I move revised resolution 2024 25-102 and waive further reading of the text.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right, moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Kirby. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
For the sake of consistency, no.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. We will now resume the regular board meeting. Trustee Medina, it was your turn to report.
Thank you. Taking off where trustee Kirby was talking about the welding event at LCL, and I would agree that was a great event. He mentioned that a few students received scholarships, and I did want to highlight that the 3 students from LCL that received scholarships all participated in the Next Gen Trades Academy that happens at LCL. So I just wanted to highlight that there's the application for this semester is currently up and it closes on the 16th. So if there's students that are interested, go to nextgenlc.com to apply. So you could enter that program, but that's limited to 20 students. Additionally, I did want to touch base on a few things. Last week, I was at the Cafecito at LC Allen early in the morning on Thursday. Originally, it was scheduled to be with Principal Albavera. I got an earload from a lot of parents, very upset parents, and justifiably so, in my opinion. I just wanted to share that I hear you, I heard you, that a lot of people feel that Principal Albavera should still be there. I just want to say that I share your concern, that I wish I could do something, but I can't. He's a valuable individual, and some folks said that it feels like he's being put out like a criminal, which he is not, that he's someone that should be celebrated. And I agree, he's someone that's created great relationships on the campus, that's built a great community, a great family on campus, and we should celebrate all that good that he did. So I just wanted to express that because I heard it from you, from the community, and it's something that I think should be elevated. Additionally, I know that over the past few months, there's been a lot of stress in our country, especially for our undocumented individuals and families. And I was really saddened to hear that the family members of one of our students in our district were taken by ICE. So that was really saddening to hear. And I just wanted to highlight that because that's another reality of the things that our students are having to deal with. And it's really hard. And I know that I could relate to it because I've had family members have to deal with that as well. So to remember that. And I think I also wanted to just, SRTA, President Howe, just say that I agree with so much of what you said. There's a lot of chaos. It's really crazy, everything that's happening. We need to do better. I think there's room for improvement. One of the things that we really need to work on is communication, effective, clear communication, repetitive, effective, clear communication. And I think the order in which we do it is also important. Make sure that we start off with our staff at least first, so that when it goes out there to everybody, it's not like they just found out at the same time that the whole community found out. It's important that we do a good job at that if we're going to be successful in a semi-smooth transition, because it's going to be a bumpy road no matter what. I think we have a lot of room for improvement, and I really want to express that. Aside from that, we've got a lot to get through. I'll leave it there. I could talk all night. Thank you.
All right, our student board member Zuniga is not here tonight, so we will move on to the school consolidation and transition update.
So I want to thank everyone for their patience as we put this living document together. We really wanted to honor the board by presenting it to them first. We also, after their decision, had a very, as you're all aware, very intense 12 days with multiple things happening around the city. And so the team has now come together, and I'm going to ask Stacy, are you able to share or no? If not, I will try. It's just hard to speak and share at the same time. Yes, the transition plan that's on the assembly. And so as they bring that up, I wanted to share the various structures that we're creating. And even though it's maybe not seen, but there is continuity in what we're doing. So our base of operations, or our home base of where all of the work is really happening, is our empowered teams at the site level. We want to, as much as possible, honor the work that they're doing there. And I'll let the team speak a little bit to kind of how the work is being done. Particularly being led by Ed Services and our Ed Services team. And so I just wanted to share, that's where we want as much of the decisions to happen. And I heard the clarity of what that decision tree is, and we'll include it in the next time we update it. The next level is the implementation team, and that is made up of all of the executive directors and directors across the district, whether they're in child nutrition or if they're in in maintenance and operations. So it's all of the leaders of all of the departments, as well as all of the directors that are overseeing the Ed Services team. They're coming together to make sure that we're all on the same page of what's being done. There's various ways we are tracking all of that data. And then the design team that is made up of about 7 members is one representative from each of those departments. Is also helping us to it's more of like a steering committee designing what we're going to be putting out. Now that the plan has been shared with the board, we get board input as we make changes forward. We will be sending out weekly communiques as to what is being done, and we'll start to get more specific as we have more solid information to share. And so I will open it up to the team to share what your teams are doing, and then the board can ask and gives direction as we go forth.
I can go ahead and start with the empowered teams. As I had mentioned before, the entire empowered teams have been formed at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. They're going to actually go into effect when the need is in terms of the work that they're doing based on when they actually have to get started on their work. And so even though the elementary teams have been established and the middle and high school teams have been established, what you're seeing right now is actually the work being done immediately by those that are that would be the most affected most immediately, which would be the 7 to 12 teams. And so what you're seeing right now on the last couple of weeks, you're seeing a meeting this last week with Santa Rosa Middle School and Santa Rosa High School. Right there on page 3, you've seen the work has been done in the last few days. The goal with ensuring a smooth academic transition, and the key actions are those 6 bullets there. Developed a communication regarding the 7 to 12 model, alignment of the electives between the schools, professional development to align academic initiatives, coordination of athletic schedules, working with the counselors to design academic transition, and supporting both of the schools with the Empower teams in general for the transition of 7 to 12. Now, more informally describing that kind of work, an example of that between Santa Rosa Middle and Santa Rosa High School, they met for an entire day this week and really started to flesh out some of the questions that both of those teams had. The intent there for us is, as Dr. Morales stated, to really defer as many of the decisions as possible to the sites and respecting that they are the ones that are affected. And so anything that is going to be affecting students and teachers in the classroom, we really want to let them be the ones that flesh those out as much as possible. Of course, all the while understanding that certain items need to be negotiated. And so they began to build out a spreadsheet of questions at the beginning of the day that they might have and concerns for that transition, and really worked throughout the day. to hammer out first some of those concerns and those questions. I think it's important to point out that it was there were some really nice efforts made by both staff and some really endearing efforts between the two to show that they were willing to work together. An example of one of those decisions that was made locally was where they walked the campus together and determined where they wanted the 7th and 8th graders to go to really have a real middle school experience. When that decision was made, they put it to a straw vote. They checked in with cabinet and we said, you were going to make that decision and we're going to respect that decision that you make at the school site. They actually checked in with the maintenance and operations to make sure that that was something that was going to work, and everybody gave the thumbs up. And that's the kind of process that we would like to be able to replicate throughout this process, deferring as many of those decisions as possible to the school sites and having these two sites work in collaboration to determine what are the concerns they have, what are the questions they have, make a list of them, and start to hammer them out one by one, only checking in with us as needed, and moving forward in a spirit of collaboration and getting to know one another, and really trying to make the most out of this process for both sites. The next step is for the Slater and Montgomery families to come together. That's going to happen in about a week and a half to replicate. To the extent as possible, it's going to be a little bit different because each community is going to come together a little bit differently. But this is basically the process that we would like to replicate, all the while, like I said, deferring as many of those decisions as possible to the site as possible, at the same time as making sure that they're able to separate whatever is negotiable so that we are able to bring our bargaining partners to the table when they are needed. So.
Dr. Castro, since you brought up empowerment teams, is that the teams that will hold space for teachers and staff to be part of this process, or is that going to reside somewhere else?
That's exactly the team.
Okay. I cannot say it enough how important it is to ensure teachers and staff are part of that process, and the empowerment teams are actually empowered to be able to make decisions because they're the ones we expect to implement this work.
Yeah.
And I want them to be a part of that build so that we know it will actually be successful.
Yeah, and I know that it's for some people it's hard to believe. Like we had, they called us a couple of times and said, "Are we really the ones that are going to make this decision about where our students are going to be?" And we said, "Yes."
So
Yeah.
we met with a team yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday. And they, one of them shared concern and said, in the past, we have spent a lot of time in committees and making these decisions and thinking we're going to move in a certain way. And then and then the board changes their mind and does it another way. And we've spent all of this hours invested in doing this work. And so I mentioned, I'm like, I understand. And so I just want to let the board know that we are trying to empower the empowered teams to make these decisions. As long as it's with fitting the criteria that we need, as well as, following the guidance that the board has given in this process. But as much as possible, they are making the decisions. They're checking with, facilities and all of us. And then we're saying, yes, you go for it. So just wanted the board to know that there is some concern from some staff that it might be overturned after they've put their heart and soul in, and they've bought into an idea. So the concern is out there. I'm trying to reassure them, but I wanted to share that with the board that we are really hoping to leave as much of the decision making there. With ultimately, if there is a hiccup or there is a process that comes to cabinet and we collectively make a decision, if I need to, loop in President McNally, I will do that. But that's the goal, because we saw it in action on Monday and it went really, really well.
Yeah, and one more example, met with the athletic directors for middle school, heard their concerns about what it's going to take to have the middle school athletics, and I approved what their requests were, took it back to cabinet just to get an additional approval. Then I heard from one of the directors that the paper had put something out, and they're like, what does that have to do with the decision the cabinet made? And so you're going to listen to us or you're going to listen to them? And put it in an email today. Is this true? Are we going to be able to do what you said? And I said, yes, because you're going to go with what we're saying. You are going to be able to use your facilities at the middle school. And if you need transportation, we're going to provide it for you. And that's the way it's going to go. So we're trying to do everything we can to be able to reestablish that, that trust and that, belief, that commitment that we have, that any decisions that we can possibly give to the community and the people that are being affected, we're going to give to them. And that's that.
Just following up on that specific example, because I received phone calls and text messages on it pretty immediately. I really appreciate how quickly you're able to resolve it. And I know that there was a lot of work that went into figuring out the leasing of vans and things around making it feasible. I'd encourage to make sure we're communicating with all of the folks, whether not thinking of it as middle school or high school, because I know one aspect of it is I was just the middle school athletic directors that were involved, and the high school ones hadn't actually been fully in the loop when the Parent Square came out. So if we can make sure that we're recognizing it's one operation, we want to have that alignment, not just in, I appreciate the call out for alignment of electives and alignment of academics, but also that we're doing the alignment of the athletics.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm referring to how it affected the middle school site, but yeah.
No.
That would do it for the.
Yeah, any other updates from other departments? Sped?
Sure. Our first priority was to identify classrooms because we had quite a number of classrooms, as you know, that were at closed schools. In particular, 5 ESN classrooms that were housed at Biela and 3 RISE classrooms that were housed at Brook Hill. In addition, Slater has a couple of ESN classrooms, and Santa Rosa Middle School has a SEP classroom. On top of this, we are returning a number of students that had previously been served by SCO and working very closely with SCO over the last couple of months. So we anticipate having to open additional classrooms because of those 30 to 35 students returning. And I'm happy to say, working with Dr. Bardelli and Erica Oden, we were able to find, barely, but we did, we found classroom spaces for all of our programs. There are significant number of factors that have to be looked at, such as, in many cases, interior bathrooms and so forth, but we were able to do that. This week, letters are going home to, I will say, most parents. There are some students that we will have to wait till after an IEP meeting to determine where the most appropriate placement is. And we are now at the point of walking some of the sites, identifying additional rooms, OT rooms, sensory rooms, et cetera. In addition, working with Montgomery and Santa Rosa High School, I think we're fairly well set where the classrooms will be, and we're having discussions on locating our additional ESN classrooms from Slater at Montgomery. And then finally, I may segue over to Stacy here because there's a change in the priorities for intra-district transfers, because there are many parents, when they have a student who might be in a special program or a special ed program, they want the sibling to go to the same school. Do you want to comment a little bit about that?
Yeah. All right, so much like all of the other departments, we've been focusing our work. If Ed Services is looking at empowerment, we're looking at embrace and bringing communities together with health and healing. And the number one focus for most of our families right now is the process of understanding what's my school now? And so almost 24/7, our team is responding to questions with families about, can you help me understand what my school is? How do I navigate a transfer at this time of year? And so one of the things that we did as a cabinet, as an administrative team, is that we did update our administrative regulations on prioritization of student intra-district transfers. And we did that because we know that many families are being impacted through this transition for closure and consolidation. And we know that one of our highest priorities is ensuring that families can suffer the least disruption while we manage this transition. So rather than a concurrently enrolled sibling being priority number 5, it has now been moved to priority number 2. So when we consider all transfers, our highest priority has not changed. It will be to ensure that students who are already at a school have the ability to continue. The second is ensuring that siblings can be together. Our third priority will be supporting those students who are directly impacted by closure and consolidation. The fourth would be specialized programs. The fifth are children of school site employees who would like to have their child at their own school. And then the last priority is all other reasons. Of course, we must ensure that we are not overloading any campus so that we can protect that a student who moves in July or August or September still has the ability to attend their home school. So we are leaving the window for transfer open until Saturday. And then, unlike our lovely families who will be enjoying a wonderful spring break, I will be working with information and evaluation to evaluate all school sites and notify families by the end of spring break or by very early that following week of the status of their transfer applications. Because we want to be able to put one little piece of anxiety to rest for families. And by allowing a student whose placement is directed by their IEP to have the comfort of knowing that the family can be together was a high value of ours. We're doing some other things, working with community organizations to invite brainstorming for warm and inviting and welcoming gestures, closure ceremonies for those campuses that are moving on. We're working with community organizations like RAICES and working with school staff and community organizations like Community Matters and Restorative Resources, just to try to deal with the ongoing impact of the difficult conversations we've been having.
And again, with communication cannot be emphasized enough. So a lot of the board members are asking about it and talking about it. Clear, repetitive, transparent communication as soon as it's readily available. We have so many families that are concerned that we're going to a completely different model, and then we see the layoff notices and that staff and resources may not be there for these opportunities. So you guys are doing an amazing job. You're doing a lot of really hard work in a very short time frame, but let's make sure we're communicating as often and frequently as possible, clear and transparently.
Well, and I'll steal his because he's not here at the dais. James Hodgman, our PIO, is working on a number of different information campaigns, including the Embrace, Engage, Empower, Enroll campaign, where we will be talking on KBBF and Wine Country Radio. I think it's Wine Country Radio, nod to me. Thank you. To be able to get the information out there, not only about, what does school look like, but we want you to come. We're ready for you to be here, and we're excited that you're here.
And to that piece there, I know James was made informed last night, so he's priority on it, but there are a lot of families that don't have social media, and we may need some paper copy flyers as well to ensure this information of what to do is getting out everywhere possible, because we cannot communicate this enough. It's going to take a while for this dust to settle, and nobody's able to see through the dust yet, so we have to communicate however possible.
Yeah, Dr. Morales is assisting with our 9 feeder districts. We have the social media campaign, we've got the radio campaign, and we've also got the just word of mouth that's getting around. I've had 4 people call me in the last 24 hours saying, I saw your flyer, or I talked to a friend, and I hear you're the person who has answers for me. So it's getting out there. Not as fast as we would like, but it's getting out.
Trustee Jenkins?
Regarding the prioritization list and directly impacted by a school closure or consolidation, does that include the middle school families or even entering middle school families who their school has gone from a 7-8 to a 7-12? Do they have choice if they prefer to go to like RVMS or Comstock for the 7-8 specifically?
We have to always use the phrase, with space capacity
Right.
availability. But we do have 2 middle school models that are continuing for the 25-26 school year, both RVMS and Comstock for those families who may be interested in that.
And that's included in that level of the priority list? Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's the consolidation families as opposed to the closure families.
Trustee Caston and then Trustee Medina.
Three questions. I might jump back a little bit on the last item as well. I see in here a discussion about planning the transition for IEP students. You talked about a lot about the classrooms. Can you talk a little bit about the transition plan for students with IEPs that are transitioning to another school without a classroom being moved?
Okay, so this, just to be clear on this is students who may be transitioning to another school, but they're not in a classroom that's being moved?
Correct.
Is that
It's not a
correct?
sped classroom that they're moving with, but their IEP needs a transition. It might be reading or,
Oh,
what.
sure. Okay. As much as possible, we're going through the process that we've gone through before. The complication has been identifying the schools that they would be going to with the boundary changes, et cetera. That said, as we speak, teachers are setting up transition IEPs as they have in the past. And I want to add one more piece that has been consistent over several years. We have a number of students coming in from 6th grade from our feeder districts. Our coordinator, Kathy Weiser, is meeting last week, this week, next week with the special ed directors and coordinators of all those districts because we need to find spots for all those students. And sometimes it's the case that our programs aren't exactly the same as, say, from Wright or Roseland, et cetera. So at one level, meeting with the special ed directors, we determine if those students to have an offer of FAPE might be in a program or maybe just in a resource placement or a co-teaching placement and so forth. So again, I think we're a little behind because of the school closure than we have been in past years, but it is going forward as it has in the past.
And you and Dr. Castro have been doing more collaboration on this next question, so I'm not sure who's right to ask it, but the same question, but for our students with disabilities with 504 plans. What's the transition plan, the one handoff, making sure that their accommodations can be accommodated at their new classroom and school?
Okay, I can speak a little bit to that because I've been involved with a couple of folks in Dr. Castro's department in information in evaluation. And one of the issues that we've had in the past is identifying students who have 504s because there is not a computerized system as there is with IEPs where it's identified through We SACE, et cetera, and it's not identified through CalPADS that sorry if I'm getting too technical, the student has a 504 plan. So a couple of pieces to this. One, we are reaching out in information in evaluation to the equivalent folks in our feeder districts to get lists of students who have existing 504 plans at the feeder districts, and then those will be uploaded into ARES. With respect to students coming from districts that are not our feeder districts, that's going to depend on literally a paper review when the KEEM files come in, and parents will be asked if they have a 504 as well, but it's going to need a paper review to do that. In addition to that, when students with 504 plans are coming in, the first piece of it will be for the school to contact the parent, determine if any significant changes need to be made in the 504 plan, because again, as you move to a new site, you may need a different, sorry, I'm talking with my hands. You may need a 504 plan that more closely aligns with the new school. And then if meetings need to be held, then they would hold meetings at the beginning of the year. And if they don't, then they would do a more simple amendment to the 504 plan to update the school and hold meetings on the regular cycle.
My understanding is that we house our 504s, so if a school's closing, the 504 plans that currently exist would be in ARES already.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are uploaded to
And
Aries.
so very
Dr.
specifically
Casper
when we're
probably
talking
knows
about,
more about that than I do.
but when we're thinking about this, a lot of 504s will have things like access to a quiet room in order to take tests, things that require certain space considerations. And so is that a part of the transition and consideration for a student placement?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In my special ed world, we're not quite there yet, but we need to identify all the spaces we are going to need. And I think it's a point well taken that this is not exclusive to students with IEPs. And typically that those spaces are for accommodations that are equally as prevalent in 504 plans as IEPs, access to a quiet space, separate room for testing and so forth. So that needs to be part of the conversation. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you. And I'd love to see it actually specifically referenced in one of your sections in the plan for the 504 transitions.
I think that's a good point. We can make that happen.
Okay, acknowledged. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And then my last question is, going back to the site committees and all the work you're talking about, we're going through a lot of staff transitions as well. And so I don't want us to promise more than we're going to achieve. And so I just want to know that everything that we're saying in this transition plan is something that we're confident the school sites, the Empower committees actually have the capacity to carry out. And I want us to dream big, but this is a place where I want to make sure we're promising what we're going to deliver. So is this all within our capacity of our Empower teams and the staff that we have working on it?
What in particular? Because, for
particular,
example, just the review of our 504 plan and our structure is something that we began at the beginning of this year. So like the paper review and the process, we've been working on that in general. So I'm glad you're bringing it up. We have to keep working on that.
Yeah. No, and I know you've been doing a lot of work on it, so I know adding that one is great. I'm specifically meaning all of the bullet points referenced under section 2 and 3 on this transition plan. So key actions and what's happening in the next 2 weeks. So the very specific deliverables that we are committing to as far as alignments and logistics. That's what I'm asking, if these bullet points are resourced.
Yes. Yes, we are working to make this a reality. Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. We were talking about communication earlier. I just wanted to, again, say the family engagement facilitators are good at making phone calls. I think contacting parents via phone whenever they can, because a lot of them don't use social media, as was mentioned earlier, don't have that access. Phone calls has been an effective way to communicate with them. I did have a question as to, particularly at Santa Rosa High and Montgomery High, how are things looking in terms of capacity? We talked about not wanting the schools to be so packed, but the numbers that I saw were concerning initially. So as the transition moves forward, how's that looking?
So again, that will depend on, that's where we'll have to be very careful with the number of intra-district transfers. And so once they determine how many are requesting to transfer in versus how many are requesting to transfer out, that will be something that we can update you on at our next meeting as far as exactly where that capacity is. Definitely accepting or making room for additional ESN classrooms affects what we can do where on a school site. So those are the things that we've been working on cross-departmentally to make sure that we can prioritize in that order and make sure that we have enough space for resident families coming in, because we know that we'll have feeder students coming in as well.
What is the buffer, like, number that you're hoping to have? Is it an actual number or percentage?
We have an annual resolution that says that we stop accepting transfers when a school is at 90% capacity. And so when we take a look at, and that's kind of a little bit of a floating number between the staff ratios, one teacher can have, 33 students in a classroom. So 5 teachers can have, 165, that kind of thing. And the actual facility itself. So it's a bit of a floating number, and that's why no one department looks at it individually. Information and evaluation and facilities play a big role in determining what a particular school's capacity will be. And then we multiply by 0.9, and that's where we will stop at the transfers.
So given that the deadline is the 15th, at the meeting at the 26th, we should have an answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Delatorre and then Trustee Kirby.
I also really want to bring to the forefront and ensure that we see a lot of different teams and committees during this school consolidation and transition plan. And I'm under understanding that some of those teams will be on a different timeline. Santa Rosa Middle and Santa Rosa High School had an opportunity to meet. Montgomery and Slater will be happening later. Can we ensure there is a clear line of communication amongst those teams, and that we're the vital structural discussions and decisions are not being asked to be duplicated or reworked? If something has been decided that we know is going to work, it may be able to work for both sides. Just really important that these teams have the ability to communicate with each other, however that needs to look, and that there are check-ins and a clear, transparent line of communication amongst them, and that information can be shared with the other consolidation and transition teams. So we're on a timeline. We're on a very short timeline, and I don't want people to have to put extra work in that's not needed if decisions have already been made.
So there are, there's overlapping people on those committees to make sure that we have that through line of communication. So for instance, there was discussion that Director Oden is actually working in those Empower teams when they're meeting to look at facilities. We have our, it's cross-departmental and even within the school itself. So we're making sure that we have CNS and our custodial and our maintenance and, our certificated staff. Everybody is working together. And then we have lines both vertically and horizontally for communication back.
And let's use that Santa Rosa High, Santa Rosa Middle meeting as an example to make sure that worked appropriately. And if not, make adjustments as necessary to ensure everybody feels like they're getting the information needed and it's understood, and we can keep moving forward. Like, let's not make any missteps on that if we can.
And one of the things we're also going to be doing is, with the idea from President Howell and SRTA, we are having a note taker at each of the Empower teams take notes. And we're building a page where all those notes and presentations will live, that will make it available to everybody so that everybody could see what's happening in the meetings, even though they don't attend. So that is coming as well in the next week. I think we're all working next week. So it's something that we're going to make sure that it goes out with next week's update.
The transfer prioritization, just want to make sure that's easily found on our website. Everybody can go and it's easy to spot.
The only time it's difficult is when people don't just look on the main page. We wanted to make it super obvious, so we put it on the landing page. And occasionally families are saying, I clicked and I clicked and I clicked and I couldn't find it. And I said, go to the front page. And it's right in the middle of the page, and it's in English, it's in Spanish, and it's right next to how do I register my child, which has embedded in it, how do I find my school? So we wanted to make it glaringly big. The only thing we have not created yet is a pop-up, but that's just because there's only 12 hours in the day.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad to know that's hopefully easy to find. You mentioned Wine Country Radio, so I just want, does that include all of their platforms? I know they've got 2 Latino stations, and hopefully that we're getting that word out to the.
Does this thing work? Hey, I'm on. All right, great. Hey, it's really cool to be down on this table. So Wine Country Radio, that's going to start this Friday. We're going to start running ads on them. They have like 6 different stations. We're going to be on 4 of them, 2 of their English stations and 2 Spanish stations. So we're going to be reaching hopefully a lot of people through that marketing campaign.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Anything else for me?
That was it
Okay.
for that part. Lastly, I know there's been a huge concern, obviously, with this consolidation about the bell schedules. Obviously, they can't all eat at the cafeteria at the same time. So are we looking at standardizing that across all of them, or each site coming up with their own plan? How's that working out so far?
So in the SRTA contract, the collective bargaining agreement, it's not something that we get to decide at a district level. There's collaboration, and each site does create their own, and then there's concurrence. And so there are some things that we are working on with that, providing some information. We already, if we move to the business one, all of the support operational services are related to the how we get things done, all the things that happen on campus to make it work. And one of those things is that we started a meeting actually with, in collaboration with Educational Services and West County Transportation to talk about, okay, from a transportation side of it, what works and what are some hiccups or some issues that we could run into. And so we've shared that information through our negotiations with SRTA as we talk about, the impacts of school closure and consolidation. We have those discussions in there, but those discussions also need to happen at the school site. And so we're working through right now exactly how they get to that schedule. And so that's, again, part of that negotiations piece as far as how they get there to that. But definitely something that we want to be, that we're very cognizant of, and that there are lots of conversations.
Okay, thanks.
Follow up to the bell schedule question. It's going to be across the board for 7-8 though, to be on the same schedule, correct? So we're not, like, if we're missing, we're not going to just mess with 7-8 and the 7-12s to just want to make sure the 7-8 schedule for 7th and 8th graders in our district, not just the 7-8 schools, are going to have the same schedule.
They do not already.
But they're
something-
similar, like the same amount of time. Not
Yeah,
I know
oh,
like
yeah,
bus schedules, they
yes.
have to be staggered and stuff, but we're not going to just automatically
Instructional
give-
minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Those are the
yes,
words I'm
that
looking for.
information is in our bargaining agreement.
Okay, great.
Are there more departments to present?
Just real quick, just let you know that we are in the process of negotiating with SRTA. We met yesterday, and we are working on an MOU. And one of the things that I want to mention, and I don't want to take too much time, is just to know that we are working on bargaining the movement of the teachers from the middle school site to the secondary site as a group, should they choose. We have a mechanism for teachers who choose not to move with the rest of the school site, but we wanted to make sure that the students in the 7th and 8th grade that were moving to those secondary schools saw familiar faces, saw familiar teachers, that those teachers still had their colleagues with them, and that sense of family, even though they're moving to a different site. We need to negotiate that through an MOU because that's not how the collective bargaining agreement is written.
Any other board questions? Trustee Castro?
Just to clarify that one, so that is our aspiration, and we're asking SRTA to work with us, but they may have reasons or concerns around that, and we don't want people leaving here saying that's how it's going to be.
We came to a conceptual agreement, and they wrote the MOU for us, and I thank them very much for doing that because that is really time consuming. So they brought the draft, and we are now negotiating little details of the draft. But the teachers being able to move as a group is not one of the details where we are not in agreement.
Excellent. All right. Thank you.
And for business services, again, that covers facilities, operations, finance, nutrition services, technology, purchasing, warehouse, duplicating, information and evaluation. So essentially anything aside from the people is when we're looking at support services. And so really it's as we're doing this, we're trying to make sure that we are ensuring financial stability and proper resource allocation as we go through this. So looking at, closure and consolidation, those moves, what should be paid for with bond funds as part of the facilities master planning and shifting to the new site, and what needs to be paid for out of regular general fund. So looking at those things with facilities maintenance and operations, again, we've talked really about what we've started working on there. Fiscal, it's again about making sure that we're paying attention to the details when we're looking at consolidating sites and merging campuses. There are funding implications based on grants or different allocations. So those are things that we have to be really cognizant of, which it matters if we keep a CDS code open for a year, which is basically the identifier code with the state. So those are some of the things that we're working on there. If we want to scroll a little bit so I can get our, Stacy, could you scroll, please? Thank you. One of the things that we were talking about is child nutrition services, as far as what that looks like in the serving lines and 7th and 8th versus, 9 through 12. With technology, we were talking today, we were very appreciative. Ed Services joined, several members from Educational Services joined our business department team meeting so we could talk about the logistics of what does moving curriculum look like? What does, all of these little pieces, that the little things really matter, like what we've heard over and over from our teachers who went through moves before like this, were don't make us beg for boxes. Let us be able, make sure we have enough dumpster space and timing. And so those are the things that we're looking at with how do we collect the Chromebooks and work with our, IMTs and technology around that. You've heard a lot about information and evaluation and what they've been doing with the school locator, please, and working on that. Purchasing, so all of the arrangements for movers and boxes and dumpsters, all of that happens with our purchasing and warehouse department. And then the things that we're, over the next couple of weeks, we're updating those items. And I appreciate very much Ed Burke, because he has, he's not as impacted by as many of the day-to-day issues behind this. He's actually our representative on the design team from business services. So he has the bandwidth to be able to collect all of that information and be the go-between with us to make sure that we're all working in that same direction. So really appreciative of that. And just across the team, thank you.
Trustee Caston?
One really quick question. You said the facilities master plan connected to reallocation of the bond funds from the closed ones. Will we see that I assume that there is going to be an urgent need for bond funds for this year's movements versus our need to reallocate the full master plan. What's the expectation for that?
You will start seeing contracts on the bond contract list related to movement, moving services and things like that as those start coming forward. So we will be getting you an update of here's what we expect as part of this. When we look at the facilities master plan updates, those will really, some of those are going to be urgent based on space and some of the movements that are projected for next year and the following year. But then there's longer term plans that need to really have that community input at each of the sites. Now that we've moved or we are moving our middle schools onto our high school campuses, there's obviously those funds don't need to be then put back into the middle school. That needs to be shifted to another site. And so those are the things that we would be looking at with this.
And for the context of the ones we'll see before that community outreach is done and we're in the full recreation of the master plan, none of those funds that we'd be seeing would impact planned projects and the facilities master plan for existing, for sites that are remaining.
No, it wouldn't be taking away funds from that. It would be kind of rolled into what that overall cost is allocated to that site.
So when we're making those approvals, it's not going to necessarily take a project away from a site that is remaining.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, I have one blue card on this item. Caitlin Casey, you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Superintendent Morales and members of the board. I'm here tonight as a school-based mental health clinician and also a parent of 2 current Steel Lane Elementary students who are also prospective Hidden Valley Elementary students as our boundaries have been redrawn for this coming year. I'm commenting because the lack of attention and concern for elementary students is distressing to me, to other parents, to the students, and to many educators I've spoken with about the upcoming changes. Many of us were dismayed to hear that such minimal discussion around the closing of 3 elementary schools. It seems clear in this transition plan that the primary concern of the board and administration is for the middle and high school students. I want to remind us all that elementary school students are forming their identities as learners and their impressions of school that will stay with them through their school experience and into adulthood. Our youngest learners will soon be our next middle and high school students, and their experiences in elementary school shape the students they will become. If they learn early on that they are unimportant and can be moved or relocated without support, they will take that impression with them to high school and be less invested, less trusting, and less engaged as older students. All of our elementary students have experienced so much disruption in their lives due to the pandemic. With all of the disruptions and crises, school has also become an unstable environment for many students. This year alone, my 2 children started at Steel Lane with no principal and have since had several substitutes and temporary principals until finally Mr. Jablonski was moved over from Biella. My older daughter has had 3 teachers this year alone in her 3rd grade class. I can see both of them losing faith that school is a safe and dependable place that they can count on. I know too well from my professional experience and training that losing this trust in school can have extremely detrimental effects on student well-being and behavior. Elementary school students need support for the transitions, including events that facilitate visits to new school sites with new teachers, social stories, and discussions with counseling support in the classrooms this year. Families need clear communication and support for these changes as well. Please consider our elementary school students with the same level of attention and concern that the middle and high school students are receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the team for your presentation. Anything to add?
Yeah, if I can, just actually all of the items with support on there under business services, that is across the board. That is not only applicable to 7 through 12. I just want to make sure that the board understands that, and I'm sorry I didn't share that leading up to it. I think that is incredibly important that it's across the board supporting all schools and students.
Same for the elementary in terms of its services. It's not such a structural shift, but we actually can provide documentation, and we actually have our executive director here, and we can provide an update next time if necessary as well.
That would be great for next time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, we will move on to public comment on non-agenda items. You'll have 3 minutes each. I'll call 3 names at a time. So when you hear your name, you can head on up to one of our 2 podiums. First is Laura Martinez, followed by Concepcion Dominguez, followed by Adrian Juarez. Is Laura Martinez here? How about Concepcion Dominguez? Adrian Juarez? All right, so we'll start with Mr. Juarez, followed by Leah Killeen, followed by Leticia Contreras.
Concepcion's up there.
Oh,
Decepcionada que estoy. ¿Ya? Mi nombre es Concepción Domínguez. Hoy solo les digo lo decepcionada que estoy, pues como no pudieron cerrar la escuela Elsie Allen, como ustedes querían, ahora despiden a su director, señor Albavera, sin una notificación. Ni a él ni a los padres de familia les hicieron saber lo que estaba pasando en su escuela. Están violando sus derechos y ya parece un complot todo en su contra. Todo por ponerles a la policía en la escuela otra vez. Hoy les exigimos que regresen a su trabajo al señor Albavera. Es una injusticia lo que están haciendo a él y a sus estudiantes. Espero que entiendan la situación, ya que la preocupación más grande es quién va a estar ahí si no es él para la graduación de estos jóvenes. Gracias.
My name is Conception. I'm here to tell you I'm very disappointed because you weren't able to close the school, Elsie Allen, like you wanted to, and now you got rid of the principal, Mr. Albavera, without notification to him, the parents of the families, without even letting them know what was happening in the school. And you're in fact violating their rights. It seems like it's a big plot to just put the police back in the school. And we are demanding that you let him return to his work because it's an injustice what you're doing to the students. And I hope that you understand the situation and the concerns that are the greatest for the families involved. And in particular, who's going to be there when our children and our young people graduate?
Thank you. Next is Adrian Juarez, followed by Leah Killeen, followed by Leticia Contreras.
Buenas noches, Presidenta McNally, Doctora Morales, miembros de la mesa directiva, padres y comunidad. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de expresar inquietudes de nuestros padres de familia. Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, presidente del comité de DILAC. Esta noche presentaremos temas de mucha importancia para nuestros padres. Primero, dentro del distrito hay un plan maestro para nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés. De antemano, sabemos que no se ha implementado en su totalidad por varias razones. Como padres que tenemos hijos aprendices del inglés, quisiera que haya concientización sobre este plan y tratar de implementarlo más en el distrito y no recortar posiciones y programas que afectan a nuestros estudiantes. Lo contrario es proveer los entrenamientos, herramientas al personal para perfeccionar la enseñanza, proveer programas que los ayude en específico basándose en su nivel de rendimiento académico. Segundo punto, sabemos que estamos en una crisis de presupuesto. Nos gustaría saber cómo trabajar en equipo con ustedes para minimizar el menor impacto posible en todo el distrito, pero en especial a nuestros estudiantes, aprendices del inglés y estudiantes que están en un plan individualizado de educación especial. Estos dos grupos de estudiantes siempre han estado en desventaja en proveerles ayuda. Esperamos que nuestras ideas en las reuniones de ELCAP tengan un impacto positivo. Les invitamos que puedan asistir en alguna de nuestras reuniones y puedan sentir las preocupaciones de los padres de familia que se involucran en el sistema educativo en diferentes comités. Gracias.
Good evening, President Monali, Director Morales, members of the board, and also the families and the community. My name is Adrian Juarez. I'm the president of the committee of DLAC. This evening, I'm presenting to you a few points of great importance for our parents. First, within the district, there is a master plan for our students that are learners of English. We already know that you're not really implementing completely this plan for a variety of reasons. As parents, we have students that are learning English, and we would like some accountability. In regards to this plan, and also to implement in the district this plan and not cut positions and programs that will in the future affect our students. On the other hand, provide training, tools, personal refinement in regards to the teaching that's required to provide programs that really help specifically students based on their level of academic understanding and accomplishments. The second point, we know that we're in an economic crisis, a budget crisis, and we would like to know how to work as a team with you all to minimize the impact to the greatest degree possible for the district. But in particular, our students that are learning English and students that are benefiting from individualized education programs, these two groups of students have always been disvalued. And the resources that were provided as far as help. We hope that our ideas in the meetings that we have for LCAP would have a positive impact. We invite you to attend our meetings so that you personally can feel the concerns of the parents and the family that are involved with this education system by means of a variety of committees.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez. Next is Leah Killeen, followed by Leticia Contreras, followed by Emma Thompson. Is Leah here? All right, we'll go on to Leticia Contreras.
Leticia Contreras, presente. On the eve of mailing out the notices, pink slips, I ask you, district, who is going to tell the children and the students? Who is going to be there for the staff and the teachers? I ask you, or will they all have to fend for themselves? As we have seen in the past, that this is the practice. I am grounded. I was born and raised in Sonoma County as a resident of Southwest Santa Rosa for over 20 years. I ask you, district, are you going to act, or once again, are you not prepared? There are a lot of people that are not grounded. And why? Because the future is unknown to them. All the workers from the schools closures, and let's not forget the most important group, the children, the students, and their families. So district, I ask you again, will you be there when they tell the children and their families? We just witnessed a delay of the district to act when they pulled a principal. And so, board, now I ask you, will you be the one to step over the boundaries, get out of your comfort zone and challenge yourself? This is your opportunity to begin the healing process and make a connection to the community you swore to serve. As I ask you again, will you be the one to step up to the plate? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Emma Thompson, followed by Sota Am, followed by Liliana Santiago.
Thank you. I'd like to make sure I have everybody from the district cabinet and the board's attention before I begin. Thank you. We are pulling up the anchor. We are letting down the sails. We are plugging in our navigation. We are fueled and ready to go. We are a ship without a captain. How do you expect us to make these expeditions of change and greatness for our students when you can't provide us with a steady captain? A crew can only do so much. A crew who is fighting for our school family. A crew who is fighting for our students. A crew who is passionate and a crew who is tired. Cabinet and board, we are once again begging you to help us. Help our students, help our community, help our district. Stop making last-minute changes. Start thinking through the actions and the lack of actions you take. It is starting to get very difficult to be a good role model for my students and to help them practice and preach, you get more flies with honey than vinegar. When I have tried being kind, when my school has tried being kind, and yet here we are again struggling. We are exhausted, and soon there will be places even a great camp captain cannot get us if there is no crew left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sota followed by Liliana Santiago, followed by Sarah Williams.
Good evening. My name is Sotha. I come here today as a proud alumni of Elsie Allen High School and an extremely concerned community member. For years, as stated before, Elsie Allen has faced scrutiny, inequality, inequity, and hardships from both Santa Rosa City Schools District and surrounding communities. I'm sure there's still some enraged and possibly hoping for the downfall of Elsie Allen High School and the closure. The district often states school closures were to save money, yet the other schools for questions have allocated more expenses than we have, and yet continue to fund expensive programs and have new buildings being constructed. The district continues to bat an eye on any instances happening on other campuses other than Elsie Allen. Santa Rosa High School, Montgomery High School, and Maria Carrillo all had incidents, but have never made headlines like us. I've heard of gang fights, stabbings, possible gun threats, lockdowns, drugs, and assault at these other campuses, but where were the coverage on these? It seems like someone is trying to control the narrative of the students and environment at Elsie Allen High School. Is Santa Rosa City Schools District trying to phase out Elsie Allen? Mr. Gabriel Oliveira was fired abruptly, and we were told an investigation was set in place for a while. Not too sure if this was premeditated since some board members wanted Elsie Allen to close previously. Whether this is true or not, firing our principal in such a difficult time for the students, staff, and families is a direct attack to our community. I question, where was the risk management in this decision? Where was this investigation occurring even though Elsie Allen staff and parents were not aware of? Where was the humanity and consciousness of the harm you will be all putting on the students? You gave Elsie Allen a year for progress and improvement, yet set us up with a plethora of obstacles to prevent us from doing so. We need transparency, honesty, and the best interest from the district towards Elsie Allen High School. I will always advocate for the safety, well-being, and education of our youth, but it is very now apparent that the district and some surrounding community members have never felt the same. I am confused, I am disappointed, and I am tired like the many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Liliana Santiago, followed by Sarah Williams, followed by Barbara Hernandez.
Buenas noches, Presidenta McNally, Doctora Morales, miembros de la mesa directiva y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Liliana Santiago, presidente de ILAC for Biel Elementary School. Pero esta noche estoy frente a ustedes para representar a DILAC. Les pedimos que en esta época de tanta incertidumbre nos den certeza, la certeza de que nuestros estudiantes, aprendices de inglés, serán valorados, tomados en cuenta, respetados y que sus derechos serán protegidos, así como la de todos los estudiantes. Sabemos de los retos económicos que enfrentamos, así que les pedimos que trabajemos juntos en unidad por un objetivo común, el bienestar y el progreso de nuestros niños a través de la revisión y la correcta implementación y transparencia del Plan de Control Local de Rendimiento de Cuentas LCAP. Ya le fallamos a los estudiantes de Biela y de Brook Hill, que eran las dos escuelas con más desventaja socioeconómica en el distrito. Por favor, no les fallemos a nuestros estudiantes aprendices de inglés. Gracias.
Good evening, President McNally, Director Morales, members of the board, and members of the committee, or the community, excuse me. I'm in front of you tonight to represent DLAC. We're asking you in this time of uncertainty to give us a little bit of confidence. Confidence that our students that are learning English will be valued, taken into account, respected, and that their rights will be protected just like every other student. We understand the challenges that come economically that we're encountering. So we're asking to work together, unified, in one objective for the good and well-being of the progress of our little ones by means of revisions, corrections, implementing strategies, and transparency of the plan of the LCAP, this local comité, LCAP. We would be failing our students ya fallamos. We already failed our students of Brook Hill and Bella. No les Biela. But we haven't failed yet those that are learning English.
I would just say, please don't fail now our English learner students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Williams, followed by Barbara Hernandez, followed by Pam Karbowski.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos. ¿Ya? Ok. Mi nombre es Bárbara Hernández. Soy una mamá de 2 hijos de la escuela Alcy Allen. Vengo a alzar mi voz. Quiero respuestas concretas y no mentiras sobre el director Gabriel Albavera. No quiero que nos ignoren por ser latinos y hispanos. No quiero que nos traten como tontos. Basta con esto. Quiero que investiguen más y que se enfoquen más en el trabajo bueno que ha hecho el director en todo el tiempo que estuvo al frente de la escuela Alcy Allen. Porque por lo visto, aquí no miro nada de eso, todo lo malo para esa escuela. Quiero una respuesta y en concreto todo. Les pido de favor que hagan bien su trabajo. Queremos al director de regreso. Gracias.
My name is Barbara. I'm a mother of 2 children from Elsie Allen. I come here to make my voice heard and to ask for concrete answers and not lies in regards to the principal, Gabriel Alvarera. I don't want you to ignore us just because we're Latinos or Hispanic. And I don't want to be treated anymore like dumb people. I would like you to make a further investigation of everything good that he had worked on to create and help the school of Elsie Allen. Because right now, what I see is a lack of understanding. I would ask you the favor, do your work well. We want the director, Gabriel Aravera, to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sarah Williams here?
Yeah, I got skipped. I'm here though.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Williams, Slater Middle School teacher. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about tonight. I also have a student here tonight that's waiting very patiently to talk about the board resolution about the arts and speak about their experience. But I wanted to talk about some very important budget decisions that you guys have to make as we consolidate schools. So as an arts teacher, I've been going to meetings for years preparing for Prop 28 funds. And music teachers in the district have spent like years going to meetings about this because we know how important it is to revitalize our arts programs and expand our current arts programs. If we keep our middle school budget codes in existence, we'll be able to continue using thousands of dollars of funds for existing Prop 28 sections that will go away if we get rid of our school codes. It is student-based, the funds that we get. So when we consolidate, we will get more money at Montgomery, like if Slater and Montgomery combine. However, the classes that are currently being run with Prop 28 money, they're supposed to be funded indefinitely by the state. Each year we get new funds and they continue funding these sections that are separate from the funds allocated each year. If we lose our school code, they told me you lose all those classes. So all of the stuff we have built up, those classes go away. I talked to the California Department of Education in charge of Prop 28 and I have stuff I can send you guys if you would like some more details on this. And I feel like that would be a huge loss to lose these arts programs that we have built the past couple years. I also would like to request that you protect our existing visual and performing arts programs, CTE, other electives, athletics, and any other special programs that we have at our sites. I keep hearing ideas about adding new things when we consolidate, talking about like, we can do all these cool things if we're on the high school campus, but I don't hear enough people talking about protecting the programs that we already have built. I'm begging you for the sake of all of our students to make concrete actions towards protecting the programs that draw students to our schools. The reason that students, some students only show up to school to go to music class, to go to culinary, to go to shop. My dad went through Slater and Montgomery and he is a contractor now. And he said the only reason that he showed up to high school was to go to his shop classes with Mr. Desideri. So these programs that we have, they change lives, they change futures. If we do not protect these programs, it destroys. If we take away the middle school programs, the high school programs die. They are all connected, we feed into each other. If we don't protect these, we are losing the things that make all of our schools important. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Pam Karbowski.
Good evening. My name is Pam Karbowski, and I am a PE teacher at Brook Hill and Biella Elementary Schools. I wanted to be here tonight so you could see a face of an employee who works at both sites that are closing after this school year. I have some questions on a couple points. My first point, did any of you, before making such a big decision of closing elementary schools, see our schools in action with students and teachers on site? Did any of you look to see what the buildings were like, what the parking situation was like, what the campuses look like? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not recall seeing any of you. I felt as if you were so invested in not closing high schools that you forgot about us at the elementary level. It was a done decision for all of you when it came time to vote on what schools to close. That is at least how it feels as an employee at both of these elementary sites that are closing. Now my second point. Have any of you felt a tug in your heartstrings to reach out to any of us that are at the schools that are closing? Any of the teachers, staff, students, families? I thought for sure some of you, including you, Dr. Morales, would have come to our sites to show some compassion, some empathy, some respect to us whose lives are about to drastically change. This has been an emotional roller coaster. I go to one site, it's sadness, disheartening. I go to another site, it's sadness, disheartening. I've been waiting since the decision was made back on February 19 to see at least one of you on my school sites, but that hasn't happened. I know, Mr. De La Torre, you said you came to our sites, but I don't know if you acknowledged or checked in with any of us teachers. Could all of you at least have sent an email acknowledging that you're thinking of us? To say I'm disappointed, hurt, and feel a lack of respect after dedicating so much of my energy, my love, my heart into this district the last 11 years is an understatement. But I'm a pretty positive, optimistic person. So my thought is, it's never too late to show that you care, because we all are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other blue cards? All right, that concludes public comment. We will now move to our discussion and action items, or do we need a break? No? All right, so we'll start with our resolution recognizing March as Arts Education Month.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of the, I'm sorry, President McNally, members of the board, students, staff, and community, Santa Rosa City Schools. Tonight, the board will consider approval of Resolution 2024-25-48, declaring March as Arts Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Executive Director of Elementary Educational Services, Lisa Haley.
Good evening, President McNally, Dr. Morales, and board members. I first want to acknowledge River for being here since 6 o'clock, and it's now 8:30, which is past my bedtime, so I can't imagine if it's past theirs, sorry. And so I first would like you to hear what it's like for VAPA, for them. And I want to acknowledge actually their mother, Dana Alexander, who is a fabulous choir teacher, does honor choir, and I think for the state too, all state, at Montgomery High School, and Sarah Williams, who has led River through many things at Slater.
Hello, my name is River. I'm an 8th grader at Slater, and throughout my time at Slater, I have been very active in the music and performing arts programs at school. I play clarinet, saxophone, violin, viola, and I also am a singer. And at Slater, we have the only full-time middle school music program in the entire district, with 5 unique class offerings. Students are able to choose from beginning band, advanced band, orchestra, choir, and guitar. We also have a jazz band club as well. We are the only middle school that offers this many choices, and all students on campus can find a place in music at Slater, no matter what instrument they play or what level they are coming in as. We are the only middle school with a choir, not only in the Santa Rosa City Schools District, but in the entire city of Santa Rosa. We get to perform with Montgomery High School's choirs, and it is really fun to work with the older students and build connections with our future choir friends. I have been a part of the advanced band, jazz band, orchestra, and choir at my time at Slater. I've had Miss Williams for 5 years, from 4th grade through the 8th grade. I started my instrument on Zoom, and Miss Williams made it fun and learnable, even though the circumstances from the pandemic were certainly not ideal. In elementary school, I found lots of friends in band, and most of them continued on with me to Slater. At Slater, I have seen the music program go from only 1 period of band as the total music program to last year when the band and orchestra were sharing a class time to finally this year when each group has its own period, and throughout that time we have added choir and guitar programs as well. Without Miss Williams, the music program would not have been able to expand this much, and it would not be as fun. She has put a lot of effort into this program, and I hope that the middle school music program will continue at Montgomery. In music classes, I have found a place to be able to expand my musical knowledge beyond what I had before going into middle school. Not every student has opportunities or time for private lessons or outside of school groups, so it is really important for students to have access to learn an instrument or how to sing at school without having to pay a lot of money or spend time outside of school when they should be doing homework. I have made a ton of friends in the music program and could not have asked for a better middle school experience than what I got at Slater. The band room has always been a place I knew I could go for a safe environment and to have a good time with friends. Band and orchestra are my passion, and the skills I've learned from Miss Williams have helped me to branch out into more advanced groups and lessons outside of school when I was able to do that. The community is very supportive, kind, and unbiased, which is something that I really needed to know. It has been comforting to know that there are other nice people in the performing arts, and it has gotten me through really hard times in my life. I am looking forward to being a part of the performing arts program at Montgomery next year. Thank you.
Thank you, River.
So I'm going to do a little more bragging. So in visual and performing arts, AKA VAPA, we have dance, music, theater, media, visual arts. A few highlights. We offer over 410 sections of VAPA programs 7th through 12th grade, serving 5,815 students 7th through 12. All 1st through 6th grade students at elementary receive music. At the elementary level, they've had holiday performances and sing-alongs, incorporating music into assemblies. They use technology to write their own songs. They have a Blitz program, which gives fourth grade through 6th grade, which gives opportunities to try various instruments, to learn how to read music and sing. It builds to carry forward into the middle schools and high schools. They have dance showcases, instrumental showcase. In April, students from elementary sites come together for honors band. At high school, the theaters program, many of the theater arts program attended Linnea Theater Festival. They won several top awards, including Spirit of Linnea Award, which was awarded to ArtQuest. In January, we were privileged to have on our staff development day, Maria Carrillo's Jazz Band and Elsie Allen's Mariachi Band. On March 8th, Santa Rosa's High School Symphonic Band went to Carnegie Hall. That's pretty impressive. And the Rose Parade's coming up. We have over 5 schools that will be marching along. Our vocal music teachers have brought back the Barclay Memorial Concert with students from every high school. Vocal music programs being represented. It continues on an ongoing we continue an ongoing partnership with Luther Burbank Center for the Arts, providing staff developments, which also includes people from all over Sonoma County to come to it. So with that, I am recommending that Santa Rosa School Board declare March as Arts Education Month. Through a well-planned instruction, students develop creativity. They're able to use arts for self-expression and reflection. They develop different ways of thinking, questioning, and expression that carry over to and utilized in their core content areas. It has been recognized as a part of a quality education by higher education institutions. Through this resolution, the importance of arts education is celebrated and valued, and the benefits it brings to our institution, Santa Rosa City School, providing students a well-rounded education.
Board, any questions? Trustee De La Torre?
River, thank you so much for your presentation. It was beautiful. I love your decor this evening. You look amazing. Lots of hard work into all those pieces. Thank you for bringing this resolution to the board. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss it. As a parent whose art has saved 3 of my children's lives and has been an impact from day one, I cannot say how heartbreaking it is to also be having this discussion of having to lose opportunities to have all of these amazing programs that you just listed and possibly not have some of these teachers that have these opportunities. So we cannot celebrate this without also mourning some of the loss that we're looking ahead at. And I want that to be heard, that you are seen, you're respected, you are loved. And I wish there were opportunities to not have to let any of that go. So thank you for the resolution. And my main piece is I just wish we didn't have to lose any of it.
Trustee Jenkins?
Thank you so, whoops, there we go. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Ms. Williams, as well. I do want to just make sure that, yes, we are celebrating this. I do want to make sure someone is looking into the Prop 28 and school codes situation, because the concerns are echoed as far as needing these services in our schools, in all of them. And so if combining schools and school codes is going to be an issue, it just needs to be looked into because we want to keep as much as we can. I was at the spring showcase at Montgomery, and I've been to a lot of the Slater things, and the programs are just amazing. And so keep up the good work, and thank you guys for this resolution.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. River, thank you for your presentation. All your bracelets make me wish I was wearing one of my Swiftie bracelets. But I did want to also add that I love the arts. To me, the arts is a great opportunity for students to express themselves creatively, to be someone they're not. Some shy students could then be a whole new character through theater. I've seen it a lot, and it's very valuable educationally, and I think also for mental health. When I was at the cafecito last Thursday, students from there were heading out to Luther Burbank to a field trip to um, I forget. I think it was a dance show or something. I think we need to have those opportunities for our students. I did also want to add that CCLA and LC Allen bands have been invited to perform at Disneyland, and they're still trying to raise money for that trip. I was excited also to learn that, well, first off, I love theater. I got to watch the 25th annual Putnam Spelling Bee at the JC this weekend, which is an awesome play. And I'm hoping to tomorrow check out the Always Running at LC Allen, 3:45, or Friday at 7 p.m. That's by Luis Rodriguez, who was a book that I really connected with when I was a student here back in 8th grade at Cook. That this district almost banned from curriculum. But it's good to see that students are connecting with that stories that I've been able to connect with. And these are stories and plays that they could relate to. And so the arts are incredibly important. And I think that recognizing that and March as Arts Education Month is something that we need to continue to do and continue to do whatever we can, not only as a district, but with partner organizations to provide these opportunities for our students.
Trustee Caston?
Yeah, similarly, thank you, River. I greatly appreciate your enthusiasm and presence here and this resolution. I think often we think of art as something that is extra or leisurely, and it's not. I myself followed art into college and would not have come back to school after having not graduated from high school if it hadn't been for the arts. And through that, it led me to having a career that has nothing to do with the arts that I studied, but the arts are what kept me going. So I greatly appreciate the resolution. And River, thank you for being here.
Great. Do we have any public comment cards on this item? Okay.
I just wanted to make one comment. One of the reasons, Ms. Jenkins, that we actually were strategically looking at the CDS codes and keeping them open was for programs like this. We're sensitive to that, and we look very carefully at different grants, and we understand that certain grants are tied to CDS codes, and so we have people looking at things like that. We know that if we close a CDS code, certain grants go away with them. So we have to strategically keep certain CDS codes so that the grants don't evaporate with them. And then we use that year to see how we can use the grants criteria and obligations to, and I can get into more specifics behind the scenes, but supplant and supplement and supplant use their own rules to be able to continue and extend those programs through our reorganization.
Great. Well, seeing no public comment cards, this comes back to the board for a motion.
Motion to approve the action resolution regarding recognizing March
Second.
as Arts Education Month.
Second.
That was motioned by Director Delatorre and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
and President McNally is absent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to our resolution celebrating March as Women's History Month. And presenting this item are Associate Superintendent Lisa August, Assistant Superintendent Vicki Zanz, and Executive Director Stacy Desideri.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Morales, Vice President Manieri. Sorry, it took me a second here to reorient myself. Members of our board and SRCS community. Excuse me. It's our pleasure and our honor to bring this resolution forward to you this evening. I will share that Dr. Luz Elena Perez, our Executive Director of Secondary Schools, actually had prepared some information, but she was not able to be here related to what is going on in our schools related to Women's History Month. So I'm just going to share a few of the things that she, excuse me, that she wanted us to bring forward. So a few examples of how it's specifically addressed at our middle and high schools. At Slater, the 8th grade U.S. history class does a 3-week unit on women's history. They teach the class thematically, and this is one of the themes. They include as many famous women as possible when there is enough researchable information as choices for a Renaissance people reports. Elsie Allen High School provides a fairly extensive series of lessons about the changing role of women in the United States in the 1920s suffrage, flappers, changing social roles, economic changes for women. The Maria Carrillo High School AP U.S. History unit, focusing on the 20s Depression and the entry into World War II, coincides with Women's History Month, and they focus on how women contributed to each transformed American society and established political and economic independence. She wanted to share that the courses that the department chairs reported about focus on incorporating as many diverse voices as they can into all of their units. And when there is limited content on a specific group, the class has a discussion about why those voices are missing. So I think that's one thing that's really important about what's going on in our schools, specifically with Women's History Month and the voices that are missing from those books. Stacy, do you want to move on to the next piece?
Thank you. Therefore, we would like to ask that you approve the resolution recognizing March 2025 as National Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month began as a local celebration in Santa Rosa, California, by the Educational Task Force of Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women, which implemented a Women's History Week celebration starting in 1978. Whereas the consortium of women's groups and historians led by the National Women's History Project, now the National Women's History Alliance, lobbied in 1980 for national recognition. And whereas in 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8, 1980 as National Women's History Week. And whereas in 1987, the United States Congress passed a resolution annually to proclaim March as Women's History Month in order to recognize the many crucial contributions. And whereas women of every race, class, ethnic background have made historic and significant contributions to the growth and strength of our nation and state in countless recorded and unrecorded way. Whereas women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation, of our state, in the nation and our state, by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas women have played a unique role throughout our history, providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation and state. And whereas women were particularly important to the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation and state. And whereas women of every race, class, ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas women have been leaders, not only in securing our own right to suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, and the civil rights movement, as well as other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women has been constantly overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas Santa Rosa City Schools District and the community also recognize the importance of understanding the history of this area, particularly with regard to honoring the significant and longstanding contributions that women have made to this nation and in California. Therefore, be it resolved.
I guess I get therefore be it resolved. Let's see, now therefore be it proclaimed by the governing board of San Rosa City School District that March is designated as Women's History Month and that SRCS calls upon the school staff, students, and families to observe March as Women's History Month by celebrating and recognizing the countless contributions made by women throughout history.
Board, any questions? Okay, I have no blue cards, so we can move on to further discussion or a motion.
I'd like to move this resolution celebrating March as Women's History Month.
Second.
Further discussion, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think I definitely support the resolution, but I did want to take a moment to just highlight, as part of Women's History Month, we talked about American history, and I feel like we're really living a moment of American history right now with a very powerful woman, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, who's been elected as the first North American leader of a country, who's doing amazing things for women, women's rights, and tearing down sexism, institutionalizing women's rights in the Mexican Constitution. If you don't know, she's the president of Mexico, and she's so inspiring and so powerful. And I think she could help inspire so many young women with what she's doing. So I'd really inspire all young women to look at her as a leader. Yeah, very moving.
Trustee Delatorre?
Thank you very much for bringing this resolution forward for us. It is imperative as educators that we remain resolute and steadfast in continuing the fight to lift up and celebrate and honor and respect women. I want it on record that the strongest, smartest, most empowering people I've ever had involved in my life to get me where I am today have all been women. From my mother and grandmother to my wife and daughters and colleagues, it has been women that have led the charge to be the citizens that we need to be. And in a time in our country, women are currently under attack again for their rights. And as educators, we must continue to tell the story of what women have been through, what they're currently going through, and how vital and important it is that we stand by their side and lift them up and advocate for them, so that this country, this world, continue to grow and thrive with women leading the charge.
All right, we have a motion moved by Trustee Manieri, seconded by Trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote.
Trustee Manieri. Aye, and before we move on, I just want to make sure that we all also are on the same page that this is an inclusive resolution for women who are also part of the LGBTQ community, right? We have our own resolutions for that community, but we're also inclusive when we talk about women. It's all women. So, aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to approval of the 2024-25 second interim budget report.
Just joining here into the webinar so I can share my screen. Try this again. Sorry, I'm having a little issue here. One more time. Okay. Thank you, President McNally, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our board and our SRCS community. Thank you, Joel, for joining me as always as we present the second interim budget update. And just our list, as you know, most of the items or the items that you'll see tonight were attached Sunday morning to the agenda. The presentation has one page updated, which we will share when we get to there. The new presentation has been uploaded. So just a reminder as we go through this process, and I will try to move a little quickly because I know we're running a little bit short on time. The budget reporting cycle it's a cycle. And so right now we are in the second interim financial report, which provides information from July 1st through January 31st. It includes assumptions based on the governor's January budget proposal. As we are presenting a qualified report, which we'll get to in a moment, we will be coming back to you in May with a third interim financial report, so with adjustments between now and then. And then in May, the governor will also put out his revised proposals for the next budget year. And then in June, you will hear the LCAP and budget adoption. A reminder, the LCAP actually drives the budget, so we cannot create the budget for the following year until we have created that local control accountability plan. And we will be working on soliciting input for revisions based on our current fiscal changes over the next month. And then that will be coming back to you. Okay, again, I shared that we are self-certifying as qualified. What that means is that in either the current or subsequent 2 fiscal years, we may not be able to meet our financial obligations, and that has to do with the whether it looks like we can maintain that 3% reserve and have fiscal solvency. So again, because we did recommend and the board did approve phasing into the school consolidation and implementation over 2 years. That definitely has an impact on us being qualified versus positive. And what that means is that over the next little bit of time, we need to monitor very closely, and we will be, it's again another area where we can make sure that we are improving our transparency and communication around what our current fiscal situation is. And so we'll get into kind of the particulars of that as we get into the multi-year projections. Just informational as far as what assumptions we used in developing these scenarios. So the different things that are similar or actually that are the same across all of the different scenarios that we ran are in the top box there, the top category. The second, the scenarios for 1 and 2, what the base projections were for that. And then scenarios 3 and 4. I do want to share that the reason that we provided 4 scenarios, scenario number 1 is essentially our adopted scenario. So it's okay, this is what we are saying we're planning for. Scenarios 2, 3, and 4 are possibilities depending on factors that are currently unknown. And so it's actually a best practice that when there's a lot of uncertainty, to provide contingency options for things that go as expected or not as expected. So there's a lot of there are a lot of things that were included in the January budget proposal that we would not feel comfortable including in a projection. It may make our finances look better than they are. And so we chose to put those into other options as scenario options rather than in our primary. We figure it is better to plan for increasing rather than planning for a decrease. Okay, so our Fund 01, so again, our general fund operating budget revenues, we do have a difference between first interim and second interim of about $973,000. And the majority of that actually comes in grants and one-time funds, specifically a Medi-Cal reimbursement. So we have activities that we get reimbursed for over a number of years for providing services to students, and we received a large payment for that this year. We also have some changes in some grants and some one-time funds related to special education at the local revenue level. And just breaking out as a reminder, as we look at our Fund 01, our general operating budget, we have a combination of funds. Our unrestricted, so general operating, there aren't limitations. It's essentially for any educational purpose. And then our restricted funds, which these basically have the red tape assigned to them. So lots of strings. We are limited in what we can spend them on. Many have certain timelines that they have to be spent within. And the way that we recognize and budget for those revenues and the corresponding expenditures are very different than in our unrestricted funds. So the two of those combined are what give us this total general fund operating budget down there. Okay, expenditures are differences here. You can see the recognition of the CSEA bargaining settlement. That is where you see the difference here in salaries and benefits. When we look at books and supplies, this is actually related to lottery funds for the majority of that. Services and operating expenditures, this is mainly in our restricted funds, specifically within special education. Our capital outlay, that's related to an infrastructure grant for kitchens. And there's not a huge change on the others. When we look at indirect costs, those are costs that are actually seen as revenues into the unrestricted funds out of the restricted funds. So it's our kind of cost of doing business, and that's actually how we fund many of our support services like business services. That's where costs come from to support that. And again, the unrestricted and restricted, and here you can see that difference between the revenues and the expenditures, and a large, that is split between our unrestricted, so that's the deficit spending in our unrestricted general fund versus the spending down of one-time or grant funds. So those are two different things. They end up looking the same in the bottom line, but there is a difference between restricted and unrestricted when we're looking at spending. Okay, and we'll go ahead and talk about quickly these multi-year projection assumptions in scenario 1. So this is our base scenario. This is what we would say is our general assumption going forward. And so you won't see any changes highlighted in yellow up here because those are assuming that everything is as projected. This does include reductions from our fiscal stabilization plan that was approved in November. So these are the current year or upcoming year school closures, and then the additional staffing reductions and approved in that fiscal stabilization plan and the other items that were included in there. This right here does recognize the additional reductions based on what we think will be happening according to ratios and current projections for the additional layoff notices of administrators, certificated and classified staff. When we get to 26, 27, you'll see the additional the continuing. Why you see this recognized in each year is because it's an ongoing reduction. So we do recognize that in our multi-year projections as being reduced from what those planned expenditures were. So you'll see that, as well as the addition of the phased in closures, the continued savings from those fiscal stabilization items, and those reductions in force. And in this scenario, we are assuming that we continue to decline in enrollment, that we do not receive any one-time funds, and that we do not recognize any increase in enrollment based on any changes in charters. So this is assuming nothing happens with any of that. That means that we would then, because we would be continuing to see a decline, we would have additional staffing and programmatic cuts that would need to happen in order to become fiscally solvent and maintain that in the future.
Just a quick question on the numbers for closures, the dollar amount for each closure. I'm curious because I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but for the middle schools, if we're just moving an entire campus onto another campus and using those other campuses for athletics and such, how are we saving any money other than the lights?
So
during the
actually,
day?
the majority of the money is saved based on actually consolidating services. So when you think of those are the certificated reductions, they're the duplication of the administration of the additional classified support. The actual facility operations are not a huge part of the savings. When you consider 85% of our unrestricted budget is actually staffing. And so the majority of it has to do with being able to consolidate services and staff on one site versus having them spread out across multiple sites and having duplicated administration and all of those pieces. So yes, we will still see some of the operating costs, like the maintenance side of things, and that is actually out of the restricted funds. So there are things that are still covered out of restricted funds as well.
So these numbers are different than, say, like the numbers that were proposed with closing and then distributing those kids to other campuses?
This is what we expect the net to be.
Perfect. Thank you.
Scenario 2 recognizes the potential for about $3 million. It's actually proposed to be a little bit more, but we were saying, okay, what do we think it would be? In the January budget proposal, there was a discretionary amount projected. We were not encouraged to include that in our multi-year projection. And, since the uncertainty around that, especially because of the fires, we kept it here as an option. So this scenario 2 is only if we receive additional one-time funds. That basically helps to offset that. It falls to the bottom line, to the reserve. It's not that we spend an additional $3 million on other things. It's that it helps us to get closer to maintaining our reserve levels. You still require reductions in those out years because this does not assume any increase due to any changes in charter practice. Scenario 3 does project not receiving the $3 million in one-time funds. So no one-time funds, but it does recognize some recapturing of enrollment through changes in charter practice. So that is what you see there beginning in 26, 27, and that ongoing difference there. And then scenario 4 is, of course, the best outlook that we have. And none of these really have a huge impact for 25, 26. You'll see when we get to our multi-year projections, we are still on a razor thin, line there as far as making sure that we are monitoring things very closely for next year. But scenario number 4 does include the 3 million one-time funds as well as recapturing some of the charter enrollments. So as we move into the multi-year projections, this is scenario number 1. And again, this is combined between unrestricted and restricted. So that full 28 million is not all from unrestricted. That is including spending down of funds that we're required to spend. But you can see we move back into the black projected in the 26-27 year, assuming that we continue to adjust staffing and programs to be able to meet the needs of the students that we have versus continuing to spread those out over a number of sites. And here's what you are not used to seeing from us, and that is it dropping below the 3% required reserve. And this does include transferring in, again, a larger amount from other funds to keep as that reserve to make sure that we meet as much as we can. Again, this is a razor thin margin. So we are not negative, but we really need to watch our finances and pay attention to any changes in trends very closely. Anything that we can look at to adjust between now and the end of the year, of course, will make that look a little bit better for next year. And those adjustments always do happen as we go through especially once we get to third interim, that will be much closer.
In these multi-year projections, I know we've asked this question before, so I'm kind of expecting the answer, but are we taking into consideration any changes to federal funding?
No, at this point, we are not. And the federal funding that comes to us is restricted. It is not unrestricted. It also is not a huge percentage of our budget. But there are impacts, especially right now. I know there was, I think it was $660 million in USDA funds that are expected to be cut. And so we don't have guidance yet on what that's going to look like for food service. We do have a healthy surplus in our Fund 13 food service, so we will have time to make adjustments.
So our current year, 24-25, we're about 7.5 million over in terms of the debt we were expecting. I think it was about 23.4, right? Or 20.4 before, now we're 27.9 million.
Combination of restricted and unrestricted. So some of that is actually spending down, because remember the way that we have to budget is if we're going to spend it all in 1 year and get the revenues in 1 year, and then we have to put it back as far as what actually happens. But yes, there was an increase in the unrestricted as well, mainly related to increased special education costs, as well as that the agreement with CSEA. So that was not in the original projections, if you recall.
And in terms of reserves, like we have a legal requirement to have 3%. So what happens if we don't?
That is actually why we are here presenting a qualified, is because it means that we may not be able to meet our recommendations, and our obligations, and we are required to make sure that we have a fiscal stabilization plan. We are also working with SCO. That's where they provide additional support. And so you'll hear from them tonight. This was something that, I think I've shared before. And so to reiterate that their chief business official, their deputy superintendent, Greg Medici, as well as Sarah Lampenfeld, and I meet regularly. And this was one of the things that Greg and I did speak with Mike Fine about with FICMAT following the CBO symposium about, okay, what happens if we end up, at that time that was when we were looking at positive for December. And okay, right now, we don't need to bring FICMAT in, but as we get into second interim, if we go qualified, there may be a need, to go that next step for support. So this is not unexpected given our fiscal situation.
And let's say about 1.5% would equate to about how much?
Off the top of my head, I mean, we're looking at probably, if we were to get back up there, probably about $4 million.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay.
Question before you leave that slide. So we have the yellow lines for some anticipated potential revenue savings. What about the CYBHI funds? Is that anticipated in here?
So the CYBHI funds were included as part of the fiscal stabilization plan.
Right.
It could, depending on the actual billing from that could actually improve. There are several factors that could actually improve our standing, but we don't want to overproject revenues.
And for the notices that we've given, they total an amount that would have us in a positive. And so there's an assumption in here that there's a certain amount of staff that we're recalling.
Absolutely.
Can you walk through what that assumption is in this interim and then compare it to what it'll look like when we see the third interim report?
So by the time that we get to the third interim, we will have a better idea of what our enrollment projection looks like, of, where each of those assignments are going to be. We'll have negotiated impacts and some of those changes in positions that we've currently been working with CSEA on. There's actually one that's not mentioned in here, which is a particular type of health aid that would be, that we're looking at as a new position that could be funded from those Medi-Cal funds that would actually free up things that we're actually contracting services for right now. So there are ways that we are looking at making those adjustments, but we don't want to essentially overpromise in a second interim when we don't have details yet. So this is a conservative budget based on those things still being in the works.
And the assumptions for the notices and for folks who are going to call back, is that based off of just contract ratios or legal ratios? Or do we have an ability to say for the next year or two that we may not reach an internally set ratio that, we're going to decide to give ourselves a little bit more money for the reserves and
Well, exactly. And so some of the reductions that were put forth that the board approved are not our optimal operating levels for some of our support services. The reality is we have to look at what is necessary to actually operate versus what's nice, and it helps us to operate more effective, more efficiently, provide some faster response times. There is a difference between those two. And so, yes, it is going to be a heavy lift for staff who are left. And those are things that we will have to look at. And as time and our situation improves through future planning, we expect to be able to adjust things to a more appropriate level. But yes, in the next couple of years, we will be running very slimly.
I see that our CalPERS rates are different for 25, 26 and 26, 27 than they were when we originally adopted the budget. Did something change? And
yes,
given the way things are going, should we expect it to change again?
So those change regularly based on current conditions. There are projections that are put out typically around the time of each interim reporting period. CalSTRS is set. It's tied to actual legislative action for more than a small increase, versus CalPERS is adjusted up and down based on the need. And so, yes, those are going to change every time that you see a report from us. It's going to be with the most current adopted projections. And again, they're projections. It will change. So in June, July, we will know what it is going forward. So the adopted budget may look a little bit different. And then again, you'll see an update for the next year in first interim.
And our task is to adopt an interim budget, right? And we have these four scenarios. I don't see how it makes sense to do anything aside from scenario one because it's the only one with no knowns. And the other ones are all just very hypothetical. So can you maybe elaborate on that?
Yes, so that is our assumption, is that scenario one is what we are recommending for adoption. The other scenarios are there for information. Just as here are the different factors that we're looking at and some possibilities that we can potentially adjust to. And again, you will see changes at third interim and budget adoption will look different. The only time that we have final numbers, that our numbers are solid and real, is at unaudited, which is in September after the prior year is closed, and it's a backwards look. So these are always going to be changing.
Are there any assumptions on reassignment of LCAP funds now that we've done consolidation? Or would that be something that would happen between now and the next interim? And if we reassign some of the LCAP funds, I could change this?
Yeah, that will happen as we revise the LCAP. So we'll be going out in, I think they start in either the last week in March or in April, the input sessions with the community as we're revising our LCAP. So yes, that will happen later. It won't be part of this. It'll actually likely not be included in third interim because the LCAP won't have gone through the hearing process and those things yet either. So that will be coming to you in June for the hearing and then adoption.
And if LCAP was revised in order to prioritize some of the things that we're looking to bring back from the noticing, that could change this outlook if it was prioritized for those funds?
It doesn't give us any more money.
Right.
So all it does is shifts where we spend the money. So it might affect a specific category, but it wouldn't affect the bottom line.
But we can make choices in there to
Prioritize particular programs or things over others or positions. Yes.
On salaries and benefits, it's looking like we're about 5.2 million over what we expected for this year. I'm wondering, is that all restricted? I know there's the CSEA amount, but right here it's 192.
Sorry, which slide
Salaries
number?
and benefits under expenditures.
Right, sorry, I'm just
On,
looking at which slide, so I know which one to pull
Oh,
up.
yeah, good question. Let's see. I was looking at the other one. Page 22. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong scenario, but still should be the same. Yeah, page 20.
Okay, so we're looking on the multi-year projections and scenarios. So these are combined restricted and unrestricted. And which scenario are we looking at?
So expenditures, salaries and benefits for this year, 24-25.
Okay.
It's 182,474. I think the original budget was 187, 2 something. So that's about 5.2 million difference. And I know we probably added into the CSCA, I think was around 1.2, but that's still quite a few million over. I'm wondering what accounts for so much of that.
So again, part of that has to do with the restricted and the spending of those funds. So that's a big portion of it, along with the CSEA and other actual filled positions versus vacancies where those actually come in at. So there's always those adjustments that happen because you project based on an average. And then once you actually fill positions, that may be higher or lower. So there are a lot of different factors in that. But yes, all of staff increases and actual placements and filling of positions along with restricted funds.
To clarify the answer to Nick's question about bringing people back and notices, I might understand that. So we've given hundreds of people notices, and this is with the assumption that we're going to be operational. So, okay.
Yeah, it assumes that we meet our, classroom ratios and those things that are within bargained things. And then others are based on efficiency, what we can or can't, have a certain level of staffing at. And what's appropriate in the staffing ratios, like for the administrators, we have those staffing ratios. There are some positions that will be increased while others are decreased based on what the actual operations are that are needed at a school site, for an example.
Just going back to the difference. When we look at the increase, decrease in the fund balance, is that combined, restricted and unrestricted? or-
Yes.
Okay.
Enrollment question. With the changes, you mentioned that there is, I don't know the exact word that you use, like wiggle room around looking at declines. Can you say just a little bit more about that? Is that just the standard declines with birth rates, or are we taking into consideration attrition and people leaving? I know we'll have better numbers in a couple months, but with this, where does that fall? I'm still new in all this budget stuff.
No worries. So for next year, aside from charters, which are, different funding, different fund, but enrollment or your funding is based on the highest of either your current year ADA, your prior year ADA, or the average over 3 years. And so it's essentially like a cushion year for next year. So we project what we think it is, and then we can make that's why if we don't see those changes, we would need to make additional reductions after that. So that's where that could go one way or the other, depending on what actually ends up happening with enrollment. But we have kind of a hold harmless kind of a thing for next year. Basically, we've got a little bit of a cushion to make additional adjustments for the next year.
And so for the next whole school year, okay, not like next, perfect.
Yeah, yep. We operate on fiscal year, not calendar year.
What do you mean by a hold harmless?
So when we look at the 25-26 funding, even in scenario 1, you don't see much of a difference, between year 1 and in scenario 1 between 25-26 versus scenario 2 or 3 in the LCFF resources, because we're funded on the higher amount, the higher ADA of the current year, the prior year, or the average of 3 years. And so that's part of the LCFF calculator that Joel spends a lot of time working on and running different scenarios with. So essentially, we shouldn't see a huge swing one way or the other in 25-26, unless, of course, we saw this great increase in enrollment, which we are not projecting right now. I wish that we were, but that is not in any of our scenarios, as you can see. So we are projecting that hold harmless for next year, and then looking to see what actual enrollment comes in at and what happens with any changes based on the board policy that you adopted on the 26th related to charter authorizations. So what you will see is that in each of the scenarios, there are varying times at which we start paying back or transferring back, because we don't have to borrow those funds from the interest. They could just be transferred and used. That's not the intention. That's not what we've shared we want to do. So as you see those dollar amounts decrease in those years, that's as we're paying it back to those funds in the future. So the plan is to use it to make sure that we are meeting our obligations, and then to transfer it back to what we originally intended to use it for. And so those scenarios vary in when those are paid back and what the impact is on that reserve down there at the bottom. And of course, scenario number 3, we realized that the attachment that we originally uploaded did not include that larger transfer that we had talked about when we did the phased implementation. So we did make that update right there. So it now matches scenario one. It's the same because the only difference was in the out years in 26, 27 related to charter. And then, of course, the best scenario is number 4, where, I mean, it still does not meet that minimum 3%. None of these do for next year. But then you can see that we actually are able to start paying that back and to get to where we could increase our revenues or, I mean, our reserves and or redirect funds. The, you can see the second interim ending reserve or ending balances projected for each of the other funds. And you will see differences related to charter schools. You know, remember, they're funded on current year versus any of the others, as well as, Joel, do you want to cover what the other difference was there?
Yeah, they're also spending down reserves as they have them, restricted resources and as well. Yeah, the cafeteria is increased purchases due to also reserves in that fund for kitchen infrastructure and special things, and also just actuals through January 31st. And the bond fund is just updated through actuals through January 31st, as well as the Fund 40.
The things that we do need to monitor as Trustee Manier, Vice President Manier spoke about, are federal programs and funding, collective bargaining. These do not currently include increases there, so that's something that we will need to monitor and plan for. Economic trends, enrollment versus ADA funding legislation, we've talked about that. The implementation and continued fiscal stabilization work. You know, the board has made a lot of really difficult decisions. Our community has been involved, and the work needs to continue to make sure that we can make the changes that are really needed structurally going forward. As you know, the special education study and implementation plan updates with the governor's may revise. LCAP and prioritization, that's going to be a big one, how that will impact. Making sure that we do our restructuring and reimagining well, that we implement it well, because that will have a huge impact on people choosing to come to Santa Rosa City Schools. We know that's important. And that includes our staff as well. Changes in charter practices with the authorizations and renewals. There are lots of things that we can impact and that we can do right. And it's really important that we put the right procedures and processes in place. Obviously, intra and inter-district transfers matter. And then making sure that we maintain our support for students, staff, and the community. Just a preview of the things that we still have coming up in the months ahead. And I will stop sharing.
I don't like it. It looks really ugly.
It does. This is the ugliest budget I have ever presented. I will share that. It absolutely is.
Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee Caston.
Not very reassuring.
It doesn't mean that we can't get through it. It means we have to be really careful, and it's going to take everybody on board to make it happen.
Not just on board, but everybody. Yes. Actually, it's more of a comment than a question, but with the LCAP meetings coming up, this is the place for parents and community members to show up, right? So
yes, please.
Prioritize what they want their teeny tiny pennies spent on for the students, right? Can we shout that any louder? Please show up to the LCAP meetings.
Yes, please do. We absolutely need community, parent, student input.
And then
Staff.
actually, I guess I do have one. It's another clarifying question. So you've already said it, but I'm sure that people have been looking at this and are like, what are these scenarios? So scenario 1 is what we have approved. That's what we're doing. Scenario 2 is with possible one-time funds. Scenario 3 is the charter stuff, possible influx of people. And then scenario 4 is perfect world situation when the stars align.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It was.
Going back to the other fund ending balance, I know in first interim, there was a transfer from the self-insurance fund 67. What's the amount that we need to hold in there? Is there an additional ability to transfer based on the actuals from, through the end of this last year?
I don't know that off the top of my head. That's something that we can get back to you. But essentially, we have funds that our members aren't using all of
Right.
the benefits every year. And so we want to be careful. We want to make sure that we preserve those funds. But when we have access, they can be transferred.
And now that we have new actuals, I'm wondering if there's an ability to transfer, even if it's a little additional amount in order to help the reserve fund. That would be a question to come back with. It doesn't have to be answered today.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Other questions? Trustee Jenkins?
I have a lot of questions all the time. Welcome to my world. Fundraising, I brought this up at another meeting, but want to reiterate it. So again, I guess it's not a question. It's more of a comment to the public in general. Get involved in your schools, get involved in the PTAs, PFOs, PTOs, MEFs, education foundations of all sorts, boosters, because the schools all need our support right now. There was a question in there. Where did my question go? Should have been related to fundraising. Oh, but I don't remember what it was. Shucks. Well, if it comes back to me, I'll just blurt something out.
Trustee Delatorre?
So thinking along the same lines, Sarah, and we have talked about fundraising, and we understand the amount of parent groups have been extremely supportive over the years throughout our sites and programs. Parents had asked when we were considering closures and consolidations, can we have a bake sale to sell a school, to save a school? Yeah, you can. It'd be one heck of a bake sale, but technically you can't. So this is the opportunity. If there are programs that are important and opportunities that you don't want to see lost, make connections with the district on what could be done by community support. And we could use help with grant writing and other opportunities to try and bring in funding. This is the time to communicate. If you're serious and you want to help us, get involved and help so that we can help right the ship together.
I do want to caution that we wouldn't want to put out there, though, that if you donate, you can save this particular position, things like that, because that's not something that.
Not positions, but
Right.
opportunities and programs. So
Absolutely.
we're not staff. That's different. It's just if there, a lot of people are seeing a lot of stuff going away.
Absolutely.
And there are still parent groups on these campuses that support opportunities and equipment, that stuff that can be fundraised for and supported.
Absolutely. And we have seen amazing support for our schools, and that continues to come in. And we are very appreciative of that. So you see those in the local revenue projections.
I remembered what it was, and it wasn't that much of a question. It was about partnerships in addition to fundraising. It was mentioned before about partnering with the health centers about after-school appointments instead of in the middle of school appointments, and making sure that kids are going to school, but then also partnerships with like Boys and Girls Club and the other community partnerships that can kind of take some of the financial load off by kind of redistributing stuff. So just the community partnerships in addition to the fundraising to support the students, because it's going to be rough.
And I think at first interim, a question came up from the board about parcel tax or things like that. We haven't projected anything with that. that is something that should the board or the community wish to bring forward, that's something that could always be addressed as well. At this time, because that what did not look like it was going to pass, we did not move forward with that.
I don't have any blue cards, so further discussion or a motion?
I'll move to, let's see, to approve the 2024-2025 second interim budget report scenario 1.
Second.
Who said that? Okay, moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Can I move to extend the meeting to 11:50? At the
Okay, we have a
latest.
motion to extend to 11:50. Is there a second?
Adjust it to 11:30 if possible.
Fine.
Is that a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, meeting extended to 11:30. Okay, our next item is an action to maintain Elsie Allen High School as a comprehensive high school with its own independent boundary maps for the foreseeable future. This item was requested by trustee Medina, so I will turn it over to him.
Thank you. So I brought this item forward because, well, I've been trying to since the vote on the 21st, which I thought was a good vote to maintain all the high schools open. I think the one thing that isn't good for our district is the removal of the boundary for Elsie Allen High School. And I think the important thing to recognize, one is the savings that aren't being achieved by the transportation that was talked about before on the 19th, based on how the maps are. Two, I think there's the issue that's been brought up that we can't ignore. I think one trustee mentioned it at, I believe, the meeting on the 18th, that families don't necessarily send their students to Elsie Allen. You know, there's still all the ones that do go there, but we can't ignore the 30 years of history that exist of how the communities perceived Elsie Allen, and to expect that to just change in 1 year. Because what was said is that it will now be a school for the entire district, right? And to expect that to change just 1 year to the next is very unrealistic. It really feels that this idea of eliminating the map for that school is setting that school up for failure. That needs to be recognized, it needs to be acknowledged. I know folks on the campus are feeling it, people in the community are feeling it. There wasn't an opportunity to comment on that when this was brought up. The public never had an opportunity to comment on that. But it's something that's very real. You've heard people speaking in public comment today, feeling like there's this plot to have that school fail. And this is a part of that sentiment. I think, you know, we've received emails from people from the Santa Rosa High School map now that are concerned about how the maps are changing because of the impacts it'll have on that community. I think it's really important to not only maintain Elsie Allen as a comprehensive high school, but to maintain its boundary maps. To not do so is in my opinion, not only a mistake that'll negatively impact the school on various levels, but I think it's also wrong from a civil rights perspective. I'm concerned about what's happening with the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education right now, but I do see issues arising towards our district because of this. I think that voting to maintain the maps and maintaining Elsion as a comprehensive high school ongoing is a simple action that we can take to prevent a lot of future headaches, and also to just give them some stability and knowledge that there's going to be a set of something that you could, how do you say, of consistency. There's going to be a lot of extra work required for people to make that adjustment to decide schools. I think it's important to recognize the lessons of closing Cook and Cesar Chavez, of how the expectations of what we might think might happen won't necessarily happen. You know, I was part of that decision, but I also recognize the lessons that we have to learn from that decision and what went wrong. I think it's something critical that we need to do is just make that small adjustment for the future of LC Allen. It really, this idea of what the program will be like in the future, I think all those things are things that are happening and that can be done well, will be done well, without the need to having to eliminate a map. I think that map is very critical and very important. And I would love to have questions from y'all as to maybe, or comments as to why that shouldn't be done, now that I'm able to actually participate in the conversation.
Trustee De La Torre?
So I have major concerns about this being brought forward at all, of revisiting something that we've already voted on. And it is a comprehensive high school next school year. That has not changed. It is the restructuring in year 2 that could be discussed at a later date, but we don't have the time and resources to make changes on something that was already voted, as we have motions and plan to try and make changes again to something that took us so many months to get to. So the vote's been made. I think we need to stick by it and not attempt to change things weeks in while there was so much work ahead of us to try and figure out next school year with those changes.
I think I'll add that I did try to have it, that first meeting on the 26th, but it wasn't brought forth as I requested, because I recognize the criticalness of the time. One of the things that was presented is that in this next year, the planning for the 3rd year would already be starting to be made based on maps where students would be placed. And so that's why I think it's important to have the maps for that 3rd year already set, because next year, the planning for that 3rd year is going to be happening based off that map that's already set for the 3rd year. That's how it was presented, right? So that's why I think it's of essence to bring it now. If I thought that it could wait, I would totally wait. But because of the way that was presented, I think it's critical to have it now, so that as the planning's happening, it's planning accurately.
And with boundary maps, I'm not a big fan of what we decided on. I think we all need to look through those and ensure that we are properly zoning all of our schools appropriately. A lot of changes went in really quickly, but as a board, we can make those changes next year. We don't have to try and make more changes on top of the changes that are already made right now, is where I'm coming from. It took a lot of heartbreak and effort to get to where we are. I don't think it's appropriate to try and make changes right now during this school year where we're trying to figure out something that we've never done before. It's just, there's not enough resources.
Trustee Caston?
Yeah, and I just want to be clear that this isn't a conversation about we decided to keep it open and now we're going to talk about revisiting the compromise that led to us keeping it open. This is a conversation about undoing the compromise in the process we did, and that means closure is still very much a part of this conversation. And that comes to the fact that creating this alternative, the targeted magnet school with project-based learning, gives us the ability to compete in a way that we're not currently able to compete. We have ads popping up. I got 2 ads sent to me from folks, people in our area competing for our students. One of them's 100% project-based learning academy, an offering of education that we don't currently offer. So the compromise that was made in order to keep the campus active was to offer something that we need to provide. And it's also an educational model that serves students with disabilities that need higher differentiation in their academic access. It serves students who don't want to participate in a comprehensive high school and want to instead focus in an environment where it's more project and work oriented. So this isn't a conversation that is, hey, let's make a small change. This is going back to revisiting the closure conversation. And if that's what we want to do, then let's put all the options back on the table. We can re-agendize it. We can discuss closure again, because we need to have the money available to launch this type of program. We've heard it from Stacy in our health and wellness reports about why this type of program is needed for our students district-wide. And if we want to locate it somewhere else, I don't think that's something we should revisit. I agree. We have our work cut out for us for next year, but this program needs to be funded. And the compromise was that we were going to put it at Elsie in order to continue being able to operate an education program and give priority to students in that neighborhood to have access to that program. And that's how we got there. But unwinding all of that is totally inappropriate.
Would you not agree that you could have the project-based learning academy on the school that has the map?
I would agree that the compromise we voted on to not close Elsie is what we need to execute. And if we want to engage in a conversation about school closures again, including the Elsie campus, then that's what we're doing right now.
So you're not denying that it could still exist with a map?
I am telling you that we do not have the money to continue maintaining a full comprehensive high school and launching a program that's needed to serve our students.
Like to hear from the other trustees. Trustee Manieri?
You know, I understand why this is being brought forward. When what's been coined as like the 11th and a half hour scenario was brought to the board, I obviously had a lot of questions about specifically around the boundaries and how removing the boundaries would fundamentally really alter how we're serving our students in Southwest Santa Rosa, and asked for the district to look into an automatic enrollment mechanism for students in the current attendance area for the same concern. And so I think what I'm struggling with a little bit is really the fact that we haven't had an opportunity to talk to our LC community about it. Like, I know you've probably heard from a lot of folks. I've only heard from like a handful of folks about this. And again, like, I understand the intention and theoretically I support it. I just want the opportunity to talk to people about it before taking action.
Trustee Jenkins?
I guess my position on the situation is that while I was the no vote, we have a decision. We put our community through so much for so long. We have a decision. People are moving forward with things. So for either of these items to be on the agenda is kind of a slap in the face to the entire community because people are moving on.
I also feel this is undoing, trying to undo what we've already voted on. And I know you, Director Medina, you mentioned during your opening there about you feel this is setting the school up to fail. And you also mentioned it, you posted, I think, online about thinking that it's going to set up the school for failure. So I just want to know, if it's your belief that the school is going to fail and thus that's going to affect your possible employment at the Elsie Allen Foundation, can you publicly explain why you feel you don't have a conflict of interest on this and why you would not feel necessary to recuse yourself from this conversation?
I think in that context, the school would remain open for a few years, probably longer than the rest of my term on this board. The thing that I think is essential is to really recognize the reality of our community and what we're doing and what this history has proven to show, right? When you eliminate that option, you're going to be leaving this entire area without its own local community school based on where you live, right? Anybody that lives in that entire area will have to be bused to a whole complete different area, right? I know what people are feeling because they've told me, and also because I feel it, right? This is being done to those people, to them, to us. That's how it feels. That's how people are feeling. That's how people are seeing it, right? Maybe there's levels of privilege that I think are trying to see it in this different light, but we got to look at history, and we could revisit the issue in the future, but I think we can't deny reality. And if the board chooses not to support it, that'll be that. But I think the reality needs to be at least brought up. I'm bringing it up because it has to be brought up. To not bring it up would be completely wrong, right? This is, I look at it again from someone that has lived in this area for 30 plus years. This is not okay. This is not okay. You could have these ideas of this magnet school and all that. Invest in the school, make the school do well. It can do well, it will do well. I know that because no matter what horrible conditions this body creates for it, I will constantly be fighting for my community to do the best, working with community partners to do the best. But instead of keeping us where we're at, you're pushing us down, you're squashing us down even further, making it more difficult, making that mountain higher to reach. That's what's being done. That's what it feels like, okay? And that's what these kids are feeling right now. That's what these families are feeling right now. You're doing this to them. And then on top of that, you take their principal, right? Their captain, as it was put. So that's why I'm fighting. Job or no job. That's why I'm freaking fighting. People voted me in here to freaking speak up. And that's what I'm doing.
I hear you, Trustee Medina. I respect you. I respect your passion for the community, for the culture. Things you are supposed to, we did not take the principal away from that community. That it was human resources and a situation that we did not create or do. Those were choices and decisions made. You talk about the 30-year history of that campus. The community gave up on us for 30 years in that area. The community that we are fighting so hard to save a campus for and to throw a lifeline and to find other opportunities to keep that campus open in that community. So there is a school there. Nobody is turning their backs on a community and squishing and squashing anybody down and walking away. We are trying to keep a campus open in that community and provide opportunities for students and families to grow and thrive. And we need that community support for that to happen. My words that the community does not want to go to school there came from the Southwest community. It didn't come from any other community. It came from my community engagement for opportunities to save that campus. I won't send my students here. My neighbors won't send their students here. My tenants won't send their students here. That's from the Southwest community. And we are trying to keep the doors open to give them an opportunity to have proper education, however that needs to look, so the opportunity is there. Otherwise, the other choice was to close the campus, and we're not having this discussion. We did everything we could to keep the campus open, to provide opportunities.
And I hear you. And now you're saying, no, nobody's automatically going to send their kids there. And that's the part that's the setting it up to failure, in my opinion, right? Because now everybody's already going somewhere else. And
It's not
and
my
it-
opinion. I'm repeating what others shared with me. Words from the community, not me saying, don't go there. I want LCL to have 1,500 students. That'd be amazing.
And I've heard what you've heard, but I'm saying, and now the systemic vote that this board has taken now is doing that. Automatically, no student is automatically in that school. It's a whole extra step that you got to do. And that's the part that feels is one small step towards failure, because you're adding an additional obstacle.
Well, Trustee Medina, I think that is what Trustee Manieri and I both questioned when the scenario was originally presented. And Trustee Manieri, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, there were two things I wanted to say. One is, with all due respect, Trustee Delatorre, the Southwest Santa Rosa community is not homogenous in the way that all of our communities are not homogenous. And so, to say that that message is coming from the Southwest community, it's not everyone in the Southwest community. There are 1,000 kids who go to LC whose families have chosen that school. And so, I just want to put that out there, right? Like that is not the only message coming from the Southwest community, and that's not the only thing we've heard in this process. Two, going back to something Trustee Medina said earlier about history, right? Like, we can take Cesar Chavez Language Academy as a great example of what happens when we remove a public school from a community, from a disadvantaged community, historically marginalized community, and see the impacts of public education in that community, right? We have students in Southwest Santa Rosa who are bused to Comstock or who have to go to Santa Rosa Middle. They have to go to a school that's not Lawrence Cook Middle School, their neighborhood school, because of the choices that our board made. And so I just, to your point, we have examples of history, and I think that that's where a lot of the concern comes from for me, and I think I'm hearing that also from Trustee Medina. And so I think this conversation, I want to move this conversation forward. This is listed as an action item for tonight, and so I want us to get to that point because we have, other business to get to also. And so I want to voice support for this action because I see it as a boundary conversation that I think we need to continue having, not just about LC Allen, and for the reasons that I have already voiced, that I am concerned about history repeating itself, and the fundamental changes that we're making to public education in Southwest Santa Rosa. And if this doesn't pass tonight, I know that there are people who are experts in civil rights who are watching these conversations, who are looking at what's happening, who are paying attention. And I am really thankful and appreciative for those folks who are really paying attention to this.
So I'll move to maintain LC Allen High School as a comprehensive high school with its own independent boundary maps for the foreseeable future.
A second.
Yeah, before we go to a vote, I just want to say for myself, well, first, I think it's important. My understanding was that neighborhood students will have priority. They will not have to apply. Also, I'll say that the magnet idea, I was not a fan of, but it was the compromise that we needed in order to get a majority vote. I would like to revisit it in the future, but I'd like to do so when things have settled with what we're trying to do for year one, and when we have more information, like I'd like to be able to ask our staff for some projections on how this is actually going to play out. So I hear you and I want to revisit this. I don't know that I can support this vote tonight. Trustee Caston.
And I just want to add, the comparisons to CCLA isn't the same because the barrier to entry for this model is intended to not involve an application and outreach. But when you're choosing which school you want to go to during open enrollment, this is going to be one of the options that you have. And that's how it's explained. And it's not a charter. That's not what we were doing when we created this. You know, I lived for 9 years walking distance from Elsie Allen. During the 2017 fires, I volunteered there. I, currently live a few blocks north of Highway 12 on the west side, and I'm in Elsie's district still. And I believe that we need to have this campus operating, but I also see that we have consistently not innovated to meet the needs of our students throughout the district, and this gave us a solution after we had a committee recommendation and data saying that to make our numbers, we needed to close a campus. And this gave us a path forward where we can compete, we can offer solutions for students that currently aren't being served and have historically not been served, despite the fact they have disabilities that would benefit from this type of educational model. So yeah, there's a civil rights issue in this district, and it's been happening for a long time. And I'm hoping that we correct some of it by moving forward tonight with this model. And I mean, I have faith in the fact that this is going to be able to attract and become a vibrant educational location. So we're coming from different perspectives. I don't think this is going to kill it. I think it's going to revitalize the campus and give our district an ability to stop losing so many students to other districts that are doing so much better at innovating than we are. So I definitely don't support this motion. I don't support us having to come back and relitigate something that already took us a lot of pain and agony in order to approve. And I hope that we can stick by our guns and make this a reality for our district, because there's a lot of students that need it, and we're not doing it for them right now.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
No.
Trustee Kirby.
No.
Trustee Jenkins.
No.
Trustee De La Torre.
No.
President McNally.
No. Motion fails. All right, we will now move on to discussion and possible action to consider approval of making Elsie Allen High School a 7 through 12 campus beginning in the 2025-26 school year. Again, I'll hand it over to Trustee Medina.
So I brought this one up because when, I was watching everything that was happening, even though I couldn't be present, there was very big concerns about the savings that were lost in that final decision. Clearly, we're having issues with savings now, especially around the transportation. The other concern, which is what I asked about earlier, is capacity. The numbers that I saw for Santa Rosa Middle School and Montgomery High School, Santa Rosa High School and Montgomery High School, the numbers in terms of capacity just really seemed like an issue. I would prefer this not to be something to bring up at this point, especially now. I don't see it passing anyways, but it was to really highlight those two issues. And again, it was in hopes that it would have come up on the 26th. But there's big issues around capacity with middle school students, and there's big issues around transportation and with the maps that are all tied together with this. So that's why I had it put on the agenda. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve of making Elsie Allen High School a 7-12 campus beginning 25-26 school year. If it doesn't get a second, well, then we just move on.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
No.
Trustee Kirby,
No.
Trustee Jenkins,
No.
Trustee De La Torre,
No.
President McNally.
No. Motion fails.
Thank you.
Ooh, where are we? Let's go. Come on down.
So as our scope partners make their way to this table, I just want to kind of open up the introduction in terms of their reaching out, me reaching out to them, us meeting kind of jointly, talking about what supports they can provide for us. That conversation led to some strategic thinking between Dr. Carter and I, and her coming with her team and calling on our executive board to come together around how we can strategically partner during this time of transition to ensure that we're successful, but also we're excited to potentially be a model for other districts in the state, as well as the collaboration that we would be establishing if the board approved this. So Dr. Carter, thank you. Thank you, team from SCO, for being here.
Thank you, Superintendent. August is right around the corner, as you know, and our community is asking some critical questions. How's this all going to work? What does this mean for my student? And as leaders, we don't just share their concerns, we feel that urgency. And in Sonoma County, with 42% of our students attending school right here in the Santa Rosa City Schools, or one of its feeder districts, we feel that there is an obligation, a moral responsibility for the Sonoma County Office of Education to step in and be your partners in this work. So given the unprecedented challenges that you're facing, Superintendent Morales and I talked through some of the scope of work that's being undertaken. And we have reached a point where you can see on the attachment that there are 6 projects that the Sonoma County Office of Education would like to support Santa Rosa City Schools in focusing on. This partnership is, of course, not a state takeovership. This is a partnership. SCO is going to work within the structure of the Embrace, Engage, and Empower initiative that's already been drafted to you. To aid the district in this effort, I'm pulling together resources that I'm able to access in my position as the county superintendent to help. This team includes our fiscal crisis management assistance team in the state, and Mike Fine is in support of this partnership and will be allocating staff if we move forward. The special education local plan area, the SELPA, Elizabeth Engelken, is also in support of this plan and is going to be allocating staff to support if we move forward. The Redwood Empire School Insurance Group here with Cindy Wilkerson is in support of this effort and will be on hand to lend support in this effort. And here at the table with me, I have Dr. Christine Olmsted, who has been deployed from the California Collaborative of Educational Excellence, thanks to Matt Navo. With 30 years of experience, she was really part of the architects in the state's the MTSS initiative, multi-tiered systems of support. She's served in county offices and done some work in merging school districts together. Additionally, we've reached out to an expert in the state of California, Dr. Vincent Matthews, here to my right. Dr. Matthews, of course, we know retired from the San Francisco Unified School District. Additionally, he worked under the state superintendent to support the Englewood District when they were in receivership, and has supported the Oakland School District as well. So he's really knowledgeable about these issues and is coming in to support. Additionally, members of my SCO team, we've already been notified, are on deck to be deployed to help and be thought partners in this work. And what I'm asking the board is to establish an ad hoc committee of 3 members of your board. This temporary ad hoc committee will periodically meet with me, Daisy, and the team here to hear updates about these 6 projects, what's happening, how's it going. That will allow them to advise me as I direct my team in support of this effort. And this aid, of course, will come at no cost to the district. The Sonoma County Office of Education is funding the entire project, all 6 elements that you see there. And my role really as county superintendent is to be your partner, especially in times of need. And this is not about diminishing the leadership of this district, it's about strengthening it. Our aim is to support long-term stability so students, educators, and families can move forward with confidence. I therefore ask the board to take action tonight to create this ad hoc committee and give their support of this short-term, narrowly defined partnership on behalf of students, staff, and families. Thank you.
Board questions? I need you all to be more clear with your hand motions. Trustee Caston.
I just have a few. First off, thank you so much, Dr. Carter, for this. And, I obviously appreciate the offers of support. I just want to make sure that as we enter anything, we're clear on what we're entering. 2 of the priorities on here stand out to me as being like immediately yesterday important. And that's the one around the 7-12 grade configurations and kind of helping with scoping, planning, and modeling on that. And then the other one related to campus safety and implementation of trainings. As we're looking at this partnership, what is the role of each of our organizations in setting those types of priorities and feedback? Are we asking and you're deciding? Are we jointly meeting and collaborating? And what happens if we don't agree? Because for me, I'm like, we got to deal with safety today so parents feel like in August their kids are going to be here on our schools and safe. And we got to make sure that the 7-12 model gives confidence. So how does that work?
I think a good reference point is AB 1204 that says the county superintendent has a duty to superintend. And I think that's a good way to think about this is the board has set direction. You have taken action, you have established expectations for Dr. Morales, and I would come in as her partner in fulfilling the expectations that have already been established by the board.
So it'd be through Dr. Morales that the priorities were established between the 2 of you.
Yes, and that's why this ad hoc, because it's the SCO resources, that's how this
Right.
ad hoc committee can help me. If the ad hoc committee feels like there's some additional supports that SCO can offer, we can talk that through and then I can deploy them. But it's really to help advise me in my response to support the district.
And for the partners at SELPA and RESIG, is that through your relationship then working with Dr. Morales, or is that separately advising Dr. Morales?
So this is through the ad hoc committee work to offer those extra resources.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
Do you foresee the ad hoc committee getting together all at once, or perhaps, like I see, from the fiscal standpoint, we have just set up our fiscal stabilization committee. Would that part maybe you, SCO, and us could meet at once a month at our committee meeting? Would that? I'm just wondering if we can do it in parts, or is it all just going to be one committee together talking together?
The model I'm following is one that's been used by other county offices within the state of California. And so a good way to think about it is each of these streams of work will have, so if you just look at the first one, the fiscal crisis management. So we'll be deploying FICMAT support for your team that's working with your business office. These meetings will be an opportunity for that team to report out how it's going. Are there more resources? Are there pain points that we can be helping with? That will hold true also for the safety team, for the L12, the 712 build, the merging of elementary builds, so that we're all able to collectively hear about one another's scopes of work, identify any pain points. Dr. Matthews will be an experienced voice in helping us sort of calibrate our response, and the expertise from Dr. Olmsted. Those are all voices that will help us navigate this work, but a good way to think about it will just be reporting those 6 streams of work, checking in, seeing where we're going, seeing if we need to deploy more efforts or restructure anything in any way.
Trustee Delatorre?
Dr. Carter and team, thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you for waiting a few minutes to get your moment to share with us. Can we be very clear and transparent to the community of what this partnership would look like and what the shared goal would be? The community gets really nervous when we start talking about committees and teams and ad hocs and the ability of putting someone forward just for somebody else to go a different direction or vote no against it. And that's not where this is about. But if you could vocalize that to the community and kind of answer some temptation there they have of a partnership and how it could truly thrive and provide educational opportunities and sustainability and proper implementation of what we had directed.
Yeah, and that's exactly the model that this is based on. So every time we meet, we'll publish the meeting notes. It will enable your 3 ad hoc committee meeting members in these meetings to report out about the efforts that they're seeing. But everything we're doing will have that very forward-facing. We've already found a communications partner that's going to help us do exactly that, to tell this story for the community so they can really see the work that's going on.
Thank you.
I just need someone to remind me, do we need to vote to appoint the members or just to establish the committee and then I appoint the members?
I believe this would be appointing to an outside agency committee, so the board would have to approve those versus it being a subcommittee of the board.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead.
What are we looking at for meeting as far as, sounds like probably weekly, every other week?
Probably every other week, and it's
Okay.
fine to schedule these remote. But I think once we get the work stood up, hopefully we'll get to a little bit more regular pace.
And we were hoping that there would be more meetings up front as needed. And then once the work gets flowing, that pared down, but really focusing on getting that ad hoc together as often as possible to get this up and running, and make sure everybody's going in the right direction.
So it seems like we're in favor of creating this. Who's interested in serving on it? Trustee Caston? Do you want to say anything or? Hold on, let's see how many hands I see. Raise your hand if you're interested. Okay, I see more than 3 people, so. Talk.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to serve on this. I think there's a lot of important work in here. I also think some of this work is going to overlap with the finance committee's creation of policy and other elements of things that we're doing within the finance committee. So I think there's some benefit for cross-pollinating information we get through this process. For me as the chair of the finance committee, in order to bring it into our policy and process development. And then, you know, I greatly respect Dr. Carter, but this is going to be an ad hoc committee where the notes are being posted, but it's not going to be a publicly accessible meeting. And so I do want to apply my rigor of questioning and analysis directly. And, you know, to the extent that the board would appreciate that, I'd appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Trustee Delatorre?
Thank you, President McNally. I've looked for the opportunity to serve on this ad hoc to bring a very collective perspective to this opportunity, not only as a parent who has brought children preschool through college, but also as an advocate for academics, athletics, special education, IEPs, 504s, and having a proper understanding of what our community is going through during these different stages of education, and ensuring that that voice is always student forward and that our teachers and staff are being prioritized so they can actually implement what we're hoping to do. And that's a voice that I've had for the last 30 years and a voice that I'd like to bring to the ad hoc. Also very safety forward as being a member of the ad hoc committee for the 3x3 with the city of Santa Rosa to work on the SRO MOU. I think it's very important that safety remain a priority. And this will be one more opportunity to champion those thoughts.
Trustee Manieri?
I was thinking along the same lines as Trustee Caston. As the chair of the policy committee, I was thinking maybe there would be some conversations that we would have to bring to the policy committee to make sure work is really getting done so that we can bring that back to the board and keep things flowing and moving smoothly. So that's exactly where my mind went.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yeah, I'm interested in it as a systems thinker, with hands in the police stuff through CCAT as well as the mental health side, but also as a new member to the board and kind of new in the governance and really focused on moving us forward and reimagining and rebuilding. And in addition, I'm such an information person and like to give information out to the community. And so I think it would be really helpful to get the information straight from folks to get that out effectively.
Trustee Kirby? No? Am I allowed to make a recommendation? So I would recommend, this is partially based on people's availability. I would recommend trustees Caston and De La Torre because they have a lot of time and they are always boots on the ground. And I would recommend Trustee Manieri just as a more senior board member. I love you, Trustee Jenkins. It's just, I have to pick three. That would be my recommendation.
With an ad hoc, would it be possible to have like an alternate for one if with meetings occurring a lot?
That would probably go into serial meeting.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you for clarification.
So further discussion or a motion?
Trustee Jenkins, are you okay with the recommendation from the president? Okay, then I'll move the recommendations as stated.
Second.
Was that motion and second also approving this partnership? That
Yes.
wasn't stated, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Okay. So moved by Trustee Caston, seconded by Trustee Manieri. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Carter, and all of you. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. We're
Thank
gonna
you
do
for
great
being
things,
here.
and I want to thank Dr. Matthews for being here on his birthday. So.
Oh, happy
Happy birthday,
birthday.
Dr.
Very kind
Matthews.
of
Thank you.
Birthday.
Okay, I feel like we need Dr. Zanz now. I'm sorry, Simbly stopped loading for me, so I'm trying to read this paper agenda. So we're on approval of memorandum of understanding reached with Santa Rosa City Schools and the California School Employee Association Region 75 regarding the classified employee calendar.
Yes, thank you. So I will try and make this quick, but in addition to the instructional calendar, which needs to be approved every year, there's also a classified calendar that indicates to our classified members when their start date is, when their end date is, how many days they work in the school year, where their holidays are. And so that calendar needs to be approved as well. There's nothing different with the start date of school and the end date of school. It just indicates where 10-month, school year, 10-month, 11-month, and year 12-month employees start their work year and end their work year.
Questions? Discussion? A motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by Trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right.
Okay, hi,
your
it's
next
me
thing.
again. Okay, so the next resolution that I have is to adopt the seniority date tie-breaking criteria to determine the order of terminating among classified employees with the same date of paid service. So with the number of layoff notices that we have issued, oftentimes there are two people that have the same date that they started working with us, and we need some mechanism in order to be able to break the tie. So we are proposing that the tie-breaking criteria for classified be after time in the classification would be time served with the district. And if there is a tie between that, then we are suggesting some sort of lottery, which can, as I've spoken before, manifest itself in a variety of ways. One being drawing cards, it could be drawing straws, it could be that cute little thing that you do, you know, that app where all the names go in a circle and then you pick one. So some sort of lottery to determine, but we currently don't have a tie-breaking criteria established for classified.
Questions? Trustee Delatorre?
So something that keeps coming to my mind is where, if it does or doesn't, where does merit fall into place when it comes to these situations?
Merit does not come to place. We're not a merit district. We are based on seniority.
So we could potentially have two employees with the same tenure and one is performing much higher, but that would never be in consideration.
Correct.
Trustee Medina?
What input or, if any, did our classified union have into this, or is this separate?
We worked together in deciding what we wanted the tie-breaking criteria to be.
Thank you.
Discussion? Motion?
I'll move to accept it.
I'll second Trustee Medina's motion and just want it on record that to not be a merit-based district is very disheartening when we have people putting so much time and effort into their craft and education to be the best of the best, and we're not considering that when we have to go through these horrible calls.
Right. Moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee Delatorre. Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Delatorre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, another tie-breaking criteria?
Yes. So this tie-breaking criteria is for termination among supervisory and unrepresented employees with the same date of paid service in the classification. And the tie-breaking criteria that we are suggesting again is ties in seniority will be broken by length of service with the district, excluding years of service as a day-to-day substitute. Again, if there was still a tie after that, then it would be by lottery.
Trustee Jenkins?
Why is the day-to-day stuff not included?
When a person is in a classified position, they're not placed on the seniority list, so they could sub off and on for a matter of years and then become an employee of the district. And we no longer use hours or days of service. We now use the seniority date as the criteria.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee Manieri. Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins? Aye. Trustee De La Torre?
Aye.
President McNally?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Zanz. Okay, now we have a discussion, board strategic planning update.
That would be me. So I'm sharing the document that was uploaded with our board agenda. This is an overview of what strategic planning would include. I'll let you know that it is a lengthy process. It has different components. It has, the idea is to create a vision that is our North Star with clear mission, which is our purpose, as well as strategic goals that will drive the work for 3 to 5 years, and then annual objectives that should be done on an annual basis so that you could refocus and revisit the work year to year. That's how through annual objectives, the vision doesn't die because it is updated every year. And again, it has lots of components. The big component is bringing the community together to do what is called a SWOT analysis, which is analyzing our strengths, weaknesses, our threats, and opportunities in developing that plan. One of the also components of a strategic plan is having a district level graduate profile. And I know some of our high schools have it, but we would like to have one that is for our district wide in terms of what we want our graduates to be able to do or be by the end of the time that they leave with us. So each step is a lengthy process depending upon how deep we need to go. We need to update our vision, our mission. We just updated our district values, which are embrace, engage, and empower. And so we would need to do further work on those areas. I met over the last couple of days with Vice President Manieri to talk about the equity assessment that we want to look at. And so that's another component that we want to incorporate as part of this. I want to caution that starting this while we're trying to launch the first day of school is a massive, it's a massive undertaking because it's the same team doing this work. I would recommend that we work on finding the equity assessment tool that we want to create. And I've already started working with the CTE Foundation to help us do the work around the graduate vote profile that could work really well in line with the specialized programs that we want at all of the schools. And I think if we can work on those two and then start really in the fall, the strategic plan, and by bringing all the community together, I think it would work best because right now our teams, I can't pull any of our team members to work on this. And I know we wanted to do it in-house. And so that's kind of where I'm at. So I'll open it up for discussions and what you're thinking.
Trustee Caston?
So, and I feel like when we first got on the board, all less than 3 months ago, that going into a comprehensive strategic planning process was incredibly important. But having now had the last 2.5 months transpire, we have a lot of planning we've just done and execution that we need to focus on. And I feel like we should plan to do this with a start date after the school year started, but recognizing that there's 2 really important strategic things that need to happen this year. And one is the theming and outreach around the theming for our campuses, because we have a process of picking which programs we're not going to duplicate at our campuses, and then our facilities master planning work that's needed for year 1 and 2 expenditures. And so I'm wondering, is there a way to do a planning process for the things that we need to plan for now and then separate this out to be something that we can do bigger and more thoroughly later?
I think that would go really well in line with a profile of a graduate, because one of the things that actually the team is working on for us is seeing all of the mapping out and charting out all the programs that are currently offered at all of the high schools, so we can visually see what those are as we start that conversation with the team that's going to be helping us do the profile, and we can see what is where and kind of the focus. So I think that would go really hand in hand with that process that we are starting like as soon as possible. We can tackle the profile of a graduate We just can't, and if you'll see in the documents, there's a place where it says include, the graduate of a profile, the profile of a graduate as part of the strategic planning. So we'll have that done as we build the rest of the plan.
How would, because I'm thinking of a timeline where we complete that before June, or probably even earlier, because
Right.
you need to make program decisions
Yes.
and catalog and.
So like I said, the team
So-
is working on charting all of that out for us. And it's something that, and I'm meeting with Debbie and I always forget his last name, Roman, from the Scaling Success Organization. That's actually the one that has worked with both of our high schools on the profile. And so he's on board to help us with this. And we're reaching out to CT to see how they can also help us incorporate in that process. So we're starting that as soon as possible.
And I've been envisioning that the theming and the establishment of those focuses for each of the high schools would get codified by the board in some way, shape, or form. So you're starting as soon as possible. It's also March.
I know.
So like, what would the public be able to expect?
So she said, Daisy, when this is Debbie, RCT director, and she was hoping to get the charting done by this afternoon. So it's literally, I'll probably have it by tomorrow. I can share that with the board so you can see all of the programs. I also want to bring in the principals into that conversation. And so again, in the next, literally could have had it today. It's not in my hands yet, but when I'm saying we're working on it like immediately, by the next meeting, we should have an update as to where we are in terms of plan for that profile and all of the information around what programs are currently being offered at all of the sites.
And then that would give us time to do
would
outreach
give
with
us-
parents, teachers.
And then I haven't met with the CTE Foundation and all of them. What kind of is the goal for having the profile done, which I'm hoping that is before the summer.
Trustee Manier?
If we move forward with this kind of split work that Trustee Casson just mentioned, I would just like to add for the equity assessment to also be on that shorter timeline. I think we really need to do that before we hit the ground running on a lot of the work that we're going to do starting in the next school year.
And yes, so I need to meet with the contact that you mentioned that the city has in order to see what tool they've created so that we can make it educationally focused in order to be able to have that tool that, I'm glad to hear that for years we've wanted to have. And so that would be the two things that we could work on simultaneously.
I also want to add my voice to support those two being at the forefront. Again, everything we do as a district should be equity driven. And the sooner we can get to a matrix to help measure that, then the better we'll be prepared to serve our community.
Completely agreed.
Trustee Kirby?
I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward. I know it was something I included in one of my goals for you to help us guide this process. So important to, with all the changes we've got going on it's really hard to do it on the fly like we're doing right now. But yes, we absolutely have to get this started. So
For sure.
thanks again for bringing it forward.
You're welcome.
With the, just want to make sure that as we're planning stuff that are we capturing data right now about where people are choosing to go to school? Is that being captured?
So to a certain degree, and I think Ms. Desideri would be able to give us more details, but one of the things that SCO is offering as part of their service is to do an analysis as to where students are going. So they're going to actually hire a company that's going to help us do some of that digging. So it's one of the reports that SCO will be preparing for us.
Beautiful.
Trustee Caston?
Building off of Trustee De La Torre's comments around the equity analysis, is now the right time? Because I would like to make sure there's a certain breadth of scope for that analysis. Do we need to give that now, or is that going to be a process where?
So it's not an analysis, it's a tool that we could use when major decisions are made. So it's like a matrix that we would be able to look at the various components whenever making. So we're looking to create a tool that would help us do analysis, not an analysis.
But the scope in which the tool considers, so 504, special ed, two-parent working households, some of the things that are a little more detailed than we get just with unduplicated. And there's a greater need for analysis than we get with just unduplicating a few of the things we're currently getting.
Right.
So is that already contemplated, or do we need to say that now?
So when we bring forth the tool that we'll draft, we'll look at it with those kind of lenses of what else we want to include. I've looked and looked for an equity matrix in the educational realm. I have not been able to find one. And speaking with Trustee Minieri, she says that the city has one that they use. And so
The county's Office of
the
Equity.
county, okay, so she's gonna put me in contact with that person, see if they'll share what they've created. And I've put out my feelers to my network to see if anybody has one that exists. I have yet to find one that is already made for an educational realm.
I just want.
So if anybody, as you're
get to the
looking
place,
and
yeah.
analyzing, let me know if you find one.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? This is a discussion item only, no action tonight. All right, then we can move on to consent items. No items were pulled, right? So we are seeking a motion on items G1 through 15.
Motion to approve items G1 through 15.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Delatorre, seconded by Trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Motion to approve minutes of the regular board meeting held on December 11th, 2024.
Second.
Moved by Delatorre, seconded by Manieri. Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Abstain.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Nick,
You're abstaining.
you abstain.
Sorry, abstain.
That was an old me.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Abstain.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, seeking a motion on the February 5th agenda or minutes.
Motion to approve minutes of the special board meeting held on February 5th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Motion to approve minutes of the board study session on February 7th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Motion to approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 12th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Abstain.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Approval of the minutes of special board meeting study session held on February 18th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins,
It was said 18th, but on here it's the 19th.
We're on the 21st.
Oh, gosh, there's so many meetings.
We had a lot of meetings.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
Approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 19th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes.
I move approval of the minutes for the meeting from February 21st with one small amendment in the motion. It states experiential methodology, and the motion was actually project-based learning.
In the
In the
motion.
description.
In the motion.
Thank you. I will make that amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote?
Trustee Caston?
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby?
Aye.
Trustee Medina?
Abstain.
Trustee Jenkins?
Aye.
Trustee Manieri?
Aye.
President McNally?
Aye. Motion passes.
Approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 26, 2025.
Second.
Roll call?
Trustee De La Torre?
Aye.
Trustee Caston?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby?
Aye.
Trustee Medina?
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins?
Aye.
Trustee Manieri?
Abstain.
President McNally?
Abstain. Motion passes. All right, are there any board member requests for information? Trustee Manieri?
Yes, I would like an update on the implementation of the EL master plan, please. And then just to make this a formal request, information around the school codes for Prop 28.
What was the second one? I'm sorry.
School codes and Prop 28.
Trustee Medina?
First off, I'm glad that we're actually gonna finish one meeting for this year. I'd like to request information on the implementation of the California College Guidance Initiative, information sharing MOU that we signed at the end of last year with the California Colleges program. I'd also like an update on the status of the feature of the Magnolia project that currently exists at Santa Rosa Middle School, what the future will be and how that's been working. And I think I'll leave it at those two for right now.
Any other requests? All right, we have our information items at the bottom of the agenda. Meeting adjourned.